Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. My name is Mahesh Chand. Welcome to the day 3 of Vibe Coder Conference. We are just warming up. We are getting started. Let's start with some music and get some prep going on. Are you ready, guys? This is day 3 of Vibe Coder Conference.
Colors glow. Feel the rhythm, let it flow. Yeah. Heartbeat racing, can't say no. Move your body, take it slow. Take it slow. Hands up high, we're touching skies. Can't stop now. It's do or die. Feel the beat, feel the beat. Oh, on repeat, on repeat. Don't let go, dance all night, move your feet. Ooh yeah, feel the beat, feel the beat. Let it show. Bass is booming, hearts collide, spinning fast, enjoy the ride. Whoa, sweat is dripping, time stands still, lose control, just feel the thrill. High, we're touching skies, can't stop now. It's do or die. Feel the beat, feel the beat. Oh, on repeat, don't repeat. Don't let go, dance all night, move your feet. Ooh yeah, feel the beat, feel the beat.
All right, we are starting in a couple of minutes. Give us 2 more minutes. We're almost ready to start. Change my lights for a second.
Move your body, take it slow. Take it slow, hands up high, we're touching skies. Can't stop now. It's do or die. Feel the beat, feel the beat. Oh, on repeat, on repeat. Don't let go, dance all night, move your feet. Ooh yeah, feel the beat, feel the beat. Let it show. Bass is booming, hearts collide, spinning fast, enjoy the ride. Whoa, sweat is dripping, time stands still, lose control, just feel the thrill. High,
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon.
can't stop now.
Are you ready for vibing? One more day of vibing? We are, for sure. All right. Mohammad, welcome to the Vibe Coder Conference. Yes, back in. I hope you are doing good now. You are probably now senior manager. All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Depends on where you're joining us. Welcome to the Vibe Coder Conference 2026. This is day three, and this is the last day. It's been fun. Fun last 2 days been very fun. We learned a lot. And as you know, the AI is here. There's nothing we can do about it. Software developers, we are the one who built it. So one of the questions a lot of people are asking is that what will happen to current software developers, engineers, coders who are writing code? Will AI take my job? So we will talk about that today. That's one of the major topic we will talk about today. Are you worried about your job? AI is just starting right now, and what will happen in next few years? And how to stay relevant? That's one of the you know key topics a lot of people have. What will happen to my job if you work for a company? And then we will talk about, this is probably the best time to build something which you wanted to build, your company wanted to build, you never had a chance, resources, and you can build and launch quickly. That's a number two topic we will talk through the conference. And then, yes, Muhammad, I just joined issue for my virtual guru. Learn a lot. Amazing. That's great. Awesome. A lot of people learn. Did C Sharp Corner has been around for a while, about 30 years, not 30 exactly, 20, 26 years. A lot of people have learned. A lot of people have learned from it, shared. A lot of people contributed to it. And we continue to bring this education to all. And then, so that's why we do all these conferences. We bring new topics, what's going on in the industry, how to stay relevant. That's the key, stay relevant. And then one of the key thing why we are relevant is the continuous learning. What I've seen in my life is so many communities started, they came, they're gone, they disappeared. Communities like big ones like Code Project, and because they just never evolve. And now it's probably the toughest challenge for communities to survive, because people don't go to Google anymore to learn anything. They don't go read articles. They just go to Chat GPT, Copilot, Claude. Claude can do a lot more now, especially when building software. Almost all of these AI tools can build full software now, so you don't need to go learn a lot. However, the communities will be there. They will evolve, because that's where we go and talk about the future. We go talk about the present. We talk about the other problems outside of the coding and development and software and so on and so forth. And that's where this conference is all about. Here we will learn what is going on in vibe coding, AI coding. So what I want you to do is, if you have any questions, comment, feedback, please do share where you're joining us from. Let us know. Also, let us know your friends who want to learn, continue learning, and share on your social media. See what's going on here. Hey, this is cool conference going on. You should be learning today. So we have an amazing agenda today. Let's look at the website for a second. Um, or we can just show the agenda screen here. Do media asset. Let me go find the screen. Here it is. So yeah, we have welcome note going on right now. Then we will talk about, Rohit Gupta will come in as a guest. We will talk about, can we build a startup in 30 minutes? We will talk about that. We will not present there. Then we have Mike Carter coming up. He's going to talk about AI code trust and different topics around startups again. Then we have Puneet going to talk about ship what you vibe. That's amazing topic. Keynote Ritesh Modi is coming up. We have John Godel. He's an AI architect guru. He's an expert in AI, prompt engineering, or vibe coding. Maybe not so vibe coding, more on technical side. So he's going to talk about when vibe coding meets agent engineering. So that's one of the biggest thing in vibe coding is it's more than just talking to AI. We have few. So Ajit is going to talk about the demo is easy. Production is where vibe coding grows up. Then again, Rodrigo will come. That's amazing session. Code is cheap. Software isn't. So obviously AI can do write a lot of code, but how do you make your code product, production ready? So yeah, there's a lot coming up today. Chime in. Don't stay quiet. Ask questions. I'm here joining from outside of Philadelphia. It's a nice day today. It's 7:27 a.m. This in Philadelphia this time is beautiful. It's nice, not too hot, not too cold, perfect weather. So before we start our bring our next guest, I want to ask you a question, and the question is how AI is impacting your life, or how AI has impacted your life in past 6 months or a year. Has it changed your life? Are you using a lot? If you are, which tool do you use the most? Is it Claude? Is it Copilot? Is it, I mean, GitHub Copilot almost everybody uses because, especially if you are in a Microsoft Visual Studio and VS Code. And then, besides using these tools, what other tools are you using in your day to day life? For example, for design, since my voice is echoing, it's me or can anybody else confirm if my voice is echoing?
No, you are loud and clear, sir.
Okay, interesting. It may be in your side, Muhammad Sabir. Cursor. So Marcy says cursor. Cursor is very popular. Elon Musk just bought Cursor for $80 billion, $70 billion. It's insane how these smaller tools can become multi-billion-dollar companies. So yeah, Cursor is pretty good. But here is a challenge, right? If I've been writing code or building software, and my capacity, we're building a lot of startups, and I've always been more on a startup side than the enterprise side. To be honest, I do work in enterprises, but the biggest challenge in coming time is going to be staying up with how fast things are changing. Because with AI now, things are changing so fast. Because before, let's say even you want to build a new tool, you want to build something new, it used to take time, right? Even let's say Visual Studio, if you are using Visual Studio, C#.net or any of the products, it would take 6 months to launch a new version, then testing, keep going. Now with AI, new models are coming out almost, they can be eventually every few days if they want to be in coming time. Now it's every 3 months, 6 months. And there are big changes coming in models, not only just the models, but the requirement, the demand, and how do you stay ahead of that? So one thing is almost like keeping your pulse on the what is going on in the industry, especially the industry you are working in. If you are in banking, your client is in banking, you want to stay ahead, stay in that same industry. What do you do? Well, you stay ahead of the race by learning before everybody's what's going on. So obviously AI is a big piece, and then tokenization another big piece. What I am learning and seeing a lot is that with AI agents coming up, AI agents are going to run autonomously behind the scene doing a lot of our work. So what does that mean is a bank may have its own AI agent. So when I will have my own AI agent, I think all of us will have our own agents. and they will work for us on our behalf. So rather than me calling bank saying, can you transfer money from one of my account to this account, my agent will take that from me. It will read my notes, or somehow I have some instructions. Agent will go and take that instruction, and on my behalf, my agent will go and talk to bank's agent. And it's just two agents talking. There's no human involved. So we are already at that stage right now, where agent to agent communication is growing. So if you are thinking about future, they're saying Microsoft CEO just said that they probably have, I don't know, 100,000 agents running their company very soon. Forget 1, 2, 10, 20. They're saying they'll have 100,000 AI agents running their business. That means a lot of work humans do now, it'll be done by AI agents. So what will humans do then? Humans will be responsible for making sure the AI agents are doing what they're supposed to do. They are not going out of control. They are staying within their boundaries. They're not doing anything wrong, right? So that's one thing will come is building, monitoring, securing, governing these AI agents. That's one of the field I see is going to grow big time. The other field I see will grow is the security. Security is going to be major concern because obviously some people are going to build bad agents. Some people are already building bad agents. Their goal is to hack and steal and do other things, right? So agents will be doing that, and it's already happening. Like, I don't know if you saw that, but agents are trying to steal other new technologies, right? So there's already attacks happening. There's a lot of more attacks have grown since AI became common. So that's another area will continue to grow. Yeah, we'll continue to talk through this throughout the conference between sessions. Before I bring our next guest, let's talk about a couple of our these sponsors who are helping us bring this conference to you. Obviously,
Reaching developers takes more than ads. It takes real building, real engagement, and a platform where innovation actually happens. Hack India helps AI and Web3 companies drive developer adoption at scale through hackathons, hands-on building, and deep community reach across India.
From brand visibility to real product activation, Hack India connects companies with the next generation of builders, shaping India's AI and Web3 future.
So Hack India, you just saw an ad, Hack India. Hack India, we started, it's a part of C# Corner ecosystem, but its own company. It's one of the largest platform right now in India for hackathons. And if you look at the platform, Hack India platform, what if I tell you that it's all vibe coded? If you go to hackindia.org, their platform where students can sign up, you can go and post a hackathon, you can apply for a hackathon, join, and there's a hackathon monitoring happening throughout workflow, like when the hackathon started, notifications going on, emails going on, messages going on, there's profile, card sharing, social media integration. Also, there's stats. Companies can go and log in and see how many people participate in hackathon. That all have entire platform had been vibe coded. The literally probably minimal code written by hand. It's all vibe coded. And the benefit of vibe coding is that if you need to launch a new feature, you can launch within an hour or even less sometimes. You want to make changes, you want to do something, it happens live. That's what vibe coding is. Vibe coding is more than just code, just like asking AI to do the work. It's like working with AI. So let's bring in Rohit Gupta to talk through more of these things. Bring Sarthak. We'll bring a couple of guests today talk about vibe coding. Hey guys, morning Rohit. Sarthak, how are you?
Yeah, hello, sir. Fine.
Hello, guys. Hello, everyone. Great to be back on the day three of White Coders Conference. Hey, Sarthak. Hey,
Yeah,
Mahesh.
Hey, this is exciting day. This is our last day. Sarthak, how are you? Good to see you.
yeah, yeah, sir. I'm good. Actually, at that time, I'm also doing a vibe coding.
Right. So I see you're doing a lot of vibe coding. You are one of the C Sharp Corner MVPs for a long time, and you're always doing
Yes.
something innovative. Tell us a little bit about what are you building using vibe coding?
Sir, actually, the last year or the last 6 months, I built a one website for the students so they can learn a Docker the free of cost. So I just built a website for the Docker actual for them. It's a free of cost. They can learn a proper like a certification is there, the batch is there, and the proper shell. Everything I will build from the zero to like 100 from the proper vibe coding. And even at that time, I was also building a one of my clients. So actually, they need a migration from the container from one virtual machine to another virtual machine. So actually, I build it from there. So I just start from last day. So it's almost complete, and like there is a little bit thing for the like for no, not that much level of we build, but we are fine like the people actually like trying to figuring out like how they build their idea. So if you have any idea, so you can build it from the scratch from the like from the vibe coding. So
That's great. That's great. So Rohit, why don't you tell a little bit about yourself also, and tell us what you are building with vibe coding? What exciting thing you're building, working on?
Yeah, so hello, guys. This is Rohit Gupta. I have been your host for last 2 days as well as today's speaker. So I've been part of this wonderful sharp economy ecosystem where we are building the next tech for the future, starting from the AI, Web3, blockchain, everything spanning across the whole domain of different things. So we have definitely partnered with Hack India, and then there are something like to mention first is the Hack India Learn. So that is one thing that I have vibe coded whole end-to-end application. So that platform brings you the various use cases for Sharp Token, and as well as I'm closely working on the implementation of Sharp Token in various websites where you'll be able to use Sharp Token in like buying courses or on Hack India or C Sharp Corner, and to we have some more companies which are onboarding Sharp Token. So the real utilities definitely coming. And by the way, everything is sharp code. Everything is sharp coded, sharply coded, and vibe coded.
All right, you want to talk about Sharp Coder?
Yeah. So yes, sharp coder. I would say a very interesting thing. I would say it's a smart coder. Like you come to a website. The one thing that okay, let me start with why we came up with the idea of sharp coder. So sharp coder is just I would say a vibe coding tool. One different one I would say a gap that is there is that like I personally I can go and then write long prompt and would be spending a lot of time, but that's not really how things work. Because if I am a student or if I'm a business owner, I'm a small business owner, or I'm a single person team, it becomes very difficult for me to really be able to get on with this complex prompt engineering, context engineering, loop engineering nowadays. So we came up with this idea of sharp coder where the you talk to it like a human, and then that human then comes and decides on what exactly you really want. It gets onto the real niche details, and then it deploys. The whole infra is provided. So we do have some business perspective that you guys can pay a monthly benefit, or you can opt for a one time payment where you go and then get your infra set up. We do have a lead generation as well. So there are two three problems that we are solving, which are the real world problems. So shortly we'll be launching the beta version for the Sharp Coder.
Yeah, so this is exciting. That's very exciting because a lot of people, and I think one of the problem right now is I got an email from Anthropic that they are raising their API prices again. So the AI prices will continue to grow. The use of AI, all these models will cost us more because a lot of these companies so far they were playing and trying to get users and acquiring users. Now time has come when these companies are going public or have taken money from investors. They want to make more money. End of the day, that's what these businesses are. So that means the use of AI will continue to grow and the price. So they are, it's a demand, supply and demand. Demand is so much for Claude. They don't care. They don't care if few people leave, but they will make more money regardless. So it's going to become a challenge for countries where there's a, the median income is less compared to the dollars because you all these tools you pay in dollars.
Yeah.
So $100 is a lot for India or Bangladesh or other countries where $100 is not much for a business owner or a developer in US. So US guys don't care. They'll
Yeah.
pay 100 $200 because they make money in dollars. But this is going to be a challenge for somebody who's also starting a job in India or a student. They can't afford that.
Yeah,
So
definitely. Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, because I'll just definitely want to take it forward. Like you mentioned that like I am working with this all like for all these years of working with Indian students and Indian freshers, and then one thing that I definitely feel is that there's a lot of talent, and like if people get the like these out of this payment thing, like suppose Google came up with this student pack. I see a lot of students have been able to get onto the vibe coding journey. They like I myself have onboarded a lot of people, and then they are working, and then they are making miracles. The cost plays a major role, because if I say that you have to work on a project, and then I am a startup, I really can't afford to pay that much amount to the AI or LLMs to get my product out in the market. And for a person who's just starting, he really can't afford a $20 or $100 cloth plan, or even a Vertex plan. So that is the barrier for a new generation to get onto the LLM and white coding. Yep.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons we are building Sharp Coder is the reality is here the reality. When these coding tools like Claude and Copilot, they're writing code from scratch. They're writing everything new every time. So if 1,000 people are asking same question saying create me a login screen with Google login and Facebook login, all that. So Sharp Coder will write that code 1,000 times. Okay, even though it's copied from C Sharp Corner and other websites, learned from there, but it will write code. That means their energy, the resources being consumed there, which makes no sense because the software is the the inherited feature of software is the reusability of components. If it's the same feature doing same thing, we don't need to write that code again and again. So that is the biggest problem with these software tools. And because people are paying, they cannot use the same component because somebody may be selling that as a product. So that becomes an IP problem, intellectual property problem. So with Sharp Coder, what we want to do is we don't want to write code every time somebody asks something, if similar code is written already, and we will say it's like WordPress. You go to WordPress, somebody created these plugins, it's already done. All you have to do is add a plugin and done. Same plugin, nobody writes a code again. And WordPress is a bad example when it comes to software. But the idea is same: reusable components, reusable product, reusable parts of software. So, but what it does is, the best part with this feature is that it saves a lot of money. Rather than you paying money to create new code, you're just reusing. The now cost of that new code is very small, compared less compared to the every time rewriting.
Yeah.
So that's one part. I think that will be the other thing is, so what else you guys learning these days? What is new thing you're learning?
Yeah, from my side, like one, like I just got to know about the loop engineering. So that is one thing I definitely want to deep dive. That comes out like the Claude posted that yes, the loop engineering is a crucial part. Like the prompt engineering, then context engineering, now the loop engineering. Other than
So
that,
yeah,
there is a
what is loop engineering? Why did you tell me? I don't know what loop engineering is. I see loops. I know how to do that. But what is loop
yeah.
engineering?
So the idea behind loop engineering is that like what happened? Like I'll give you an example. Like I said to Claude or Codex that I need to build a website portfolio for Rohit Gupta. So what will happen is that it is building, but it end up in a cycle where I have to be there at every time to get out of the best output. Like I need to repeatedly go and go into at a level that I'm involved every time, and I'm not saving on the time because I am always involved in bug fixing, getting this done, that done. So what happens is in the loop engineering is that you provided the basic goal and that goal is achieved, like it will reiterate on everything. Like suppose there is an error, so the cloud will go and that find it. Its main motive is to achieve the goal, and for that it will do looping again and again over the same code to get you the output. So that's loop engineering.
So it
Yeah,
makes
but it
a
is.
lot of
Go ahead.
lot.
But it won't know what really I want without me explaining. Oh, I like it. I don't like it. I test it. It works. How would it know that? It's just going to write whatever it wants.
Yeah, so that's why it's said that loop engineering, like you should know what exactly your goal is, so you need to tell it like what exactly my goal is. If you are able, like it's something related to prompt engineering where you are able to communicate freely and as perfect as possible for it to understand very what exactly your goal is. And yeah, and yes, I definitely plus one on that part that it may end up not giving you the best output because it may not understand, but over the time, as because the cloud or the codex is learning and personalizing it based on your uh, different prompts, it will eventually come up with the best output in the first prompt only.
Yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. We have to see that because sometimes if I any company I work with or even myself, we don't know what we want. Okay? We don't know, we keep changing things because once we see things then say, "Oh, this is good, this is not good. It's going to work, it's not going to work." So it's really hard to tell. If we don't know, how would AI know? I mean, it can guess, but it can only guess based on the past. So if I have something new idea, something I'm trying to do differently, it'll be anyway. We will see how loop engineering goes. But there's something new
Definitely.
going on. But it's a
Yeah,
yeah,
so on that, like what I do myself, because yes, I definitely I agree that many a times we end up into that part that what exactly we have done. So yesterday when I was giving a session, so I like what I do is that I let Claude ask me questions so that I am clarified on different concepts or the different aspect of the same idea which I am missing on. So by that I'm just trying to experiment if I am able to get the best output.
Yeah, so you just said it. If anybody is watching this conference and they want to take benefit and get benefit from this AI, era we are going through, one of the important part for AI is to explain in detail. So rather than start building, just say, "Oh, build me this thing." You have to put all the context behind the scene and write detail explaining, hey, I want to build a, let's say, I don't know, portal for dashboards portal for energy company, where explain the whole thing. Explain like how it can learn too. You can say, can you find me some examples where you have already built some products for energy company that has dashboard, and get the ideas from there. That's great, but you still have to give the context, what customer you're building for, what is the purpose, what is the goal, what is the cost. You have to bore you explain, and then brainstorm with AI before you start building. So that's probably a better way to,
Yes.
and even get customers involved. I don't know but you guys, but I use design cloud design a lot, and I first design, make sure the screen looks good, the UI looks good. Yes.
Even sir,
Right.
I also use same thing. Like at that time, I can show my screen, but this I'm also using the same structure for.
Yeah, Sarthak, your voice is really low.
So
We
I'm
need to
saying like
play some music, we need to get some energy to going on there.
I'm yes, and I'm also saying like I'm also using this kind of like the implementation plan for any building and any application for the vibe coding. So like it's the same way that I am using like proper. I just plan a full project structure and then like uh, what model I need to use for that, and like the data planning for that, and the like uh, so
Okay,
that's
all
like
right. So let's continue going then. Yeah, we have Atul. Welcome to the Vibe Coder Conference. Prince is joining us. Looks like, guys, share what you are working with. Any exciting stuff you're doing with Vibe coding? Anything you have launched using Vibe coding, AI coding? Something you've done exciting? Share with us. You want to share stories? We will read through it. Post a comment on it. Our next session is coming up soon, Mike Carter. So stay tuned for that. Yes, go ahead. What are you showing us here?
is I'm saying like when I try to build any software for the vibe coding, so I make sure like plan for that like the project structure what I'm using, because when we build for the vibe coding, like sometimes the agent and the chat will be lost and something. So I just design an entire structure like what I need for that. Everything will be there and go for the one by one. If I like the proper manner, so like the software is going like the good go.
So is that the MD file? What is the file? Project MD
The
file or what
client
is it?
implementation plan for that. So I use
Okay.
them for that whenever I design anything. Like if I need to add something, so at first I add over there, and then I will try like I need to add this on the project. So like
Yeah,
entire
they
thing.
do. And then what tool are you using for to this? Did you write this by yourself or you use?
So sometime like I write myself. I'm using the GPT Claude for that for the researching purpose. So at that time, this project entire project write on the Go language. So everything like the database, what I need
So
to.
this is good for if you are already a senior level developer or architect and you know what you're doing. Uh, but if you are a younger guy, you just starting in you're a business guy, for example, you want to vibe code your whole application. They don't want to go through this thing, right?
Uh,
They don't even know what software architecture is. They don't know what all these different terms are. So they won't even know what to do, what not to do, how to follow these instructions, right? So it's good, but there's a lot more learning if you're building the software. Um, so with that said, anything last? comment you want or message you want to give it to our audience who are watching it today, if they're vibe coding, what is one thing they should keep in mind? And Sarthak, you can start, and Rohit, you can close it with that.
Yeah.
Like uh, bring any idea, just implement it, and like if there might sometimes the students like think about like if the idea is built, so how they launch it. So like there is some also some tools is also there like the uh, tools for the hosting free some tools for free hosting they also provide, and if they don't use them, if they have any old laptop, so just install their like a proxmox cloud, and they can build their entire open source uh, own private cloud, so they can launch their website there, and any tool and any matlab, free of cost cloud for them, so they can launch there.
Okay, Rohit, you have last message. If you have to give a
Yes.
message to these vibe coders.
Yes. One thing that I would say is that there's a famous saying that you bleed less if you sweat more. So if there is something that you want to create, first spend at least 60% of your whole development life cycle or the development time you are consuming into a vibe coding project into clarifying it with the LLM, like the AI first approach, is that what all possibilities are there and how that will be implemented. Because what I have learned from my experience is that if I am spending 60% or 60 to 80%, sometimes I'm spending 80% of my time talking to LLMs, Claude, Codex, and what like all the LLMs out there. That what could be the possibilities, whether I'm doing it right, whether I'm not doing it right. Because if my master prompt or the phased prompt is ready, Codex or any tool can definitely get it output, and the output would be more efficient than you just trying and getting repeated and repeated and repeated. We don't want to get into the loop of getting one thing then making mistake, then getting one thing then making mistake. Instead of just make it a plan and then go off with it. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, gents, thank you so much for coming in. It's Saturday, I know. Appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So you heard that. You heard right. Plan it. When you're working with AI, make sure you think through it, you plan, discuss, brainstorm with AI before you go and start building it. That's a that's a good message out there. So before we bring our next speaker, amazing Mike Carter, it's coming up very soon in like a minute. Let's play a couple of videos from our sponsors.
AI is speeding up software. But when leaders can't see the code, risk moves faster. The Code Registry helps you know your code, verify what matters, and fix risk before it spreads. For CEOs, CTOs, investors, and consulting teams, software risk is business risk. Know your code.
Bro, what are you doing? Just scrolling memes, bro. Killing time.
Wasting time again? You could be earning rewards instead.
Rewards? From memes?
No, from the Sharp Rewards app. It's got a quiz feature that boosts your IQ and gives rewards for every correct answer. Wait, seriously? You get rewards for answering right? Exactly. Learn and earn, bro. Way better than memes.
That's it. I'm downloading it right now.
All right. So you heard messages from the code registry. Check out the code registry. If you are buying software, make sure you are acquiring something or you're interested in checking even quality of the code, security, audits, IP compliance, all those things. It's non-LLM tool, so it doesn't rely on AI. So you want to go check it out, thecoderegistry.com. So yeah, let's bring in our next guest. Today is day 3 of this Vibe Coder conference. Mike Carter. Hey Mike, good morning. How are you?
Hi, Mahesh, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. Where are you joining us from today?
I'm in New York,
Okay.
fresh from a trip to Rome, which was amazing. So got the chance to meet Pope Leo, and was bullish enough to hand him a white paper on the hope of AI, which some of the components we're going to talk about today. So it was an amazing experience. I was blessed to be there, and but I do believe, though, it's very easy to be a critic of what can go wrong, right, with AI around the world. But
Yeah.
the opportunity for all of us, especially in positions of leadership and influence, I mean, so much like the Pope has, is to also highlight what the hope is or the opportunities so that we can be an architect in our own ways for the future.
100%, 100% awesome. So yeah, let's share a screen.
Perfect. One second.
Yeah, no rush. Take your time.
How are you doing this morning, Mahesh? Where are you?
Good, good. I'm home. I'm home. Live streaming live from my home office.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we need to replace some of these pictures with the Pope on my back, my wall.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I'm just uploading now.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Go
no,
ahead,
it was,
upload.
it
Yeah.
was total amazing experience. 48 hours, and there were some great industry leaders, a few that were there, big, folks that everybody would know, and that, so it was very cool.
Are you back? You back now, right? You're in New York, you said?
Yeah, I'm in New York. I'm almost home. I got
Okay,
in.
okay.
I got rerouted. Got in last night, and I wanted to make sure I did this conference. And
Okay, awesome. I appreciate it.
everything you're doing with C# Corner, the hackathon in India, and everything that you're doing is amazing, Mahesh. And you have such a great community of folks, and you're, give of yourself. I know, it's more you giving to the community and the community giving back to each other than it is a huge business. And that speaks to who you are too.
Thank you, thank you.
There we go.
All right.
Just tell me when you see it.
Okay, you sharing a screen?
Yeah, it should be. It's all loaded up. Here it is, processing.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. Let's, in the meantime, while it's doing it, we can play some music. I can be a DJ too.
Yeah, this is good upbeat music.
Colors glow. Feel the rhythm, let it flow.
It's AI rhythm here, baby. AI rhythm going on right
Yeah.
now. We are feeling the rhythm.
Be racing, can't say no. Move your body, take it slow. Take it slow. Hands up high, we're touching skies. Can't stop now. It's do or die.
It's almost done. Yep. All right. You're good to go. Yes. Rise of AI entrepreneur.
Thank you. I think
All right. You're
everybody.
good to go. Yep.
Yeah, I'm great. I think everybody enjoyed that musical break. And then Mahesh, what I want to do, because I love the interaction too. So I'd love to have questions from you. But I thought it was really important, rather than just to speak at people, to kind of put down some thoughts and statistics and facts that hopefully could be helpful. So yeah, honored to be here with everybody. Love the Vibe Coder Conference and everything that Mahesh and C# Corner does. And I wanted to speak about the rise of AI and this term that both Mahesh and I love, that we should, I believe we got trademark, Mahesh, around the devpreneur. So we're going to talk about how AI is democratizing entrepreneurship, and in our opinion, how developers, with everybody's role changing to really being more co-creators, that we'll talk about, how it has, the position to transform everyone's career. But this whole solopreneurship revolution that we'll talk about, how developers are best positioned for it.
Yep.
So I love AI picture augmentation. Not too bad, but it looks like I've been working out and my hair's a little fuller in this picture, but I'll take it. Yeah, my background, I've been an entrepreneur, oh God, for about 25 years, 26 years. I started a handful, 6 different software companies. Some of the ones you might have heard about, one was called Dashboard Systems, the first agnostic dashboard software company during the SOA revolution, service-oriented architectures. And then my most recent one was BizEquity, which was the largest way online to value any business. We had an office in India, Singapore, UK, and we were based in the United States, and sold that successfully to Advanced Media, who's a large primary owner of Reddit. And my new work is around, and my new mission, and I say it's besides my kids, the mission of my life is what we're doing at EMG.ai, where we really want to help everyone be the entrepreneur of their life. And if you're trying to build a business, we want to help you create, grow, and exit your company. And we've built a series of portfolio companies that we're involved in that we'll share with you. And I just authored a new book called The Entrepreneur's Roadmap, which Forbes was nice enough to do a book launch party for in New York a few weeks ago. And in this book, it talks about many of the things we'll talk about today, but how, the hope for the economy in the future is around entrepreneurship. And this revolution that we're going through, much like the one we went through a few hundred years ago, or the society went through with the Industrial Revolution, where it created this concept of a job or a job. The entrepreneur revolution is going to create or proliferate this concept that we all know as entrepreneurship. And just like with the printing press, it really helped democratize literacy in a sense. So if you wanted to read, you could learn because the cost of reading plummeted. Similarly, I think the same thing applies to entrepreneurship. The cost of being an entrepreneur has plummeted. And it's, up to us to really help usher that in. I would love everybody to get a copy of the book, or we'll find a way to get you a free version that everybody can read. But it's called The Entrepreneur's Roadmap. It was an Amazon bestseller. So I believe, Mahesh believes, that entrepreneurs are the athletes of the 21st century, and that AI, the big hope of AI, is that it's going to democratize entrepreneurship. And there's a whole revolution, and I believe we're standing at the opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. I thought it was it when we had the internet opportunity, Mahesh, in 98, 96 to 2000, really, when it first blossomed. And, now I never thought in my lifetime I'd see one as big as what we're going to see with this intelligence revolution because of AI, or the AI revolution, which is bringing the intelligence revolution. So if you think about it, there were 3 huge, the last 250 years, titanic shifts. There was the Industrial Revolution, there was the digital revolution with the internet, and now there's the AI revolution. And the numbers speak to that. This is at astronomically large, right? There's going to be 1 billion entrepreneurs by 2030. India is going to have the most, but it's absolutely massive. So we're going to go from roughly 160 million entrepreneurs today to 1 billion. And entrepreneurship is really becoming a profession. And there's over 20,000 universities or colleges around the world that offer up entrepreneurship courses, entrepreneurship as a minor or a major. And that's only growing because entrepreneurship is becoming a profession. 64% of kids in the universities or colleges, you ask them their first or second year what you want to be, what they want to be. They say, I want to be an entrepreneur. So the map for this, as we talked about, India has the most. The United States kind of has that fervor, right? And the government infrastructure, hopefully that continues with the low tax policy that enables entrepreneurship. And Africa's obviously rising, and everything that the UAE's done in Dubai in terms of setting economic policy that supports entrepreneurship is truly compelling. So entrepreneurship is here to stay. It's growing faster than ever. and it's really decreasing the ability through AI to start a company. But despite entrepreneurship flourishing, the investment side, the capital side, the good news is it's 95% cheaper to start a company. The bad news is there's still only 12,000 companies a year that get funded by VCs, and the VC funds are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And the top companies, like as we've seen with AI, it's been in the infrastructure and LLM piece of it, the models, where they're taking a disproportionate share of the capital coming in. So a lot of entrepreneurs, like many of you that maybe one day will be an entrepreneur on this call that we'll talk about, or already entrepreneurs, I really think the opportunities around angel investing and crowdfunding that we'll talk about. So there's, over $10 trillion of spend occurs to support entrepreneurship. And but the cost now to start a company is completely collapsing. The average cost, if you think about it, and I think this is very conservative, because when I started Dashboard Systems, I would say it cost $3 to $5 million in early 2000s to get a proper software product on the market. And then when we did Biz Equity, because of cloud computing, the cost of starting it and getting our V1 out was $1 to $2 million. Now it's really, 10 to 100,000. What Mahesh talked about before with the code registry, one of the things that's super important is a lot of people are building on AI code, Gen, or LLMs, and then they verify the code on the same LLM or a different LLM. So the issue that we're seeing from enterprises and entrepreneurs is once it's built on Claude and maybe even verified on OpenAI or Codex, whatever, there's still many production issues. So it's super important to understand your code and use a product like the code registry that can diagnose it. But it's absolutely amazing that the cost has plummeted so much. But getting back to entrepreneurship and this analogy to athletes, we always say, right, we believe that entrepreneurs are the athletes of the 21st century. But unlike an athlete always had a coach. I know Mahesh has a son who's 7'6". He's not 7'6", but he's big. He's 6'9" or whatever, plays great basketball. I'm sure your son Mahesh had a coach since he was 6 or 8 years old. But if you're an entrepreneur, you don't have a coach. You never had a coach or a mentor. And now the opportunity is through AI to have, right, a digital agent or a digital coach to help you. And so what we're trying to do at EMG and my company is making this athlete analogy come to roost a little bit more. Mark McCormick, a great American entrepreneur, started a company called IMG. IMG, it was a sports management agency. They started representing Arnold Palmer, and then they represented Tiger Woods and 12,000 athletes across 30 countries. He built up when he sold to Endeavor, CAA Endeavor. He created a business that was worth over $30 billion and became an academy to train athletes when they bought the Bollettieri Institute for tennis in Florida. And we think the same opportunity exists with entrepreneurship. So we're creating the world's first entrepreneur's agent. That's a picture of Ben Franklin, America's first entrepreneur and inventor. And we try to help anybody go through their entrepreneurship journey. We created a proprietary roadmap. So it's not just a blind prompt into an agent. It's the ability to interact with Ben, your entrepreneur's agent, and ask him any question you want along what we chronicled in our book, the 73 steps to create, grow, and exit your company. And knowledge now, that's why we call it the intelligence revolution, is liquid. Everything from legal and compliance, what type of formation from an entity structure, whether you're in India, Asia, in China, for instance, or the United States, the ability to know what type of structure now is at your fingertips and can be done in 10 minutes versus 10 days like it used to be. And the cost is 1/10. Finance and modeling, product market fit, product development. So, this rise of, they said last year, I believe the founder of OpenAI bet the founder of Anthropic, would there be $1 billion company with 2 people in the next 5 years or 3 years? And one took 5 years, one took 3 years. Well, we only had to wait a year. There's a company that was profiled in the New York Times called Medvedi. It's going to do $1.3 billion this year, and it's 2 people and 8 agents. So he created a 1099 structure, but the core with tons of people in the healthcare business that he pays as contractors, but core employees are 2 full-time people and 6 to 8 agents. So it's happening. So what we've tried to do at EMG is also start companies and ventures in our studio that support an entrepreneur, like myedison.ai, where you can file a patent for hundreds of dollars and within hours versus thousands of dollars and months and sometimes years. And then obviously the code registry, which democratizes code intelligence and helps anybody who build on AI get it production ready and ensure that it's verified and validated from a compliance perspective and even valued to show your investors what your code's worth. And this, revolution is reshaping entrepreneurship. It's 87% to 95% cheaper. It's 97% faster. And we really think this transformation opportunity really helps developers in your new roles as co-creators really become entrepreneurs. So we believe, and this is what I was excited to get to, not the beginning part about myself and my company, which we're so excited about, but developers are the architects of tomorrow. And in these AI-powered empires, because you're co-creators, you understand how everything comes together and how the code works. And if you're giving the right infrastructure and mentorship around it, which can be digital, for instance, at EMG.ai, who better to create a smart force of agents that's your team? So you can have a whole executive suite of digital agents. And now it's not just hyperbole. Look what Medvedi's done and the ability to do that. So who better to do that than the developers to be devpreneurs of tomorrow? So what is a devpreneur? A devpreneur is a developer that's becoming an entrepreneur that has an idea, because creation is almost free today, builds an MVP, minimal viable product, builds a product, gets it out there, tests it. You might do a wait list to see the strength of your idea, which we always recommend to start a wait list once you have articulated the vision and mission. Push out your MVP and then build your digital team. There's never been an opportunity like this ever. And as we all know, a few years ago, the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen, said everyone today will become a developer because of AI. So if everyone's becoming a developer, how do we help the developers become entrepreneurs? And I believe that, as we mentioned before, that developers have this great chance to not just be and take advantage of AI and be entrepreneurs, but really lead this solopreneur revolution. So literally be building big and important companies. It doesn't have to be a huge company to be an important company with an important mission and purpose, and create those companies now because of your genius and your ability to understand AI and deploy agents that support that business. And, the number of developers around the world is going to move from nearly 30 million to 60 million by 2030, but it's going to be over 200 million from 97 million using AI code. So just think about it. I think everyone talked about, oh my gosh, developers are going to lose their jobs because of AI. It's actually making the role of an independent developer or a developer that's a consultant or a smart developer at a big enterprise be more important, because you're kind of quarterbacking the development on AI. So you're really being a co-creator because you're taking the idea for the feature, the function within a product, or even the whole product, and you're architecting it. Whereas before it used to be, right, as we all know, you had developers, you had architects, you had developers, engineers, architects, product managers, product management, project man. So I think like the role of product management, product marketing, engineering and development and architecture is kind of merging into one. And then those are the best people, right, to become entrepreneurs, we believe, because you know how to harness the power of AI. And that's what we're calling devpreneurs. So we say from coder to co-creator, what the old role used to be, where you'd actually obviously write the script, write the code, get your team, segment it out, do stand-up meetings. Then there was the whole lean development movement and so on and so forth. Now AI is becoming your co-pilot to do it, quite literally. And in the new role, you're the visionary co-creator. You define what to build, why it matters, and how it's going to be built and create the value. We would only say that you should verify it and validate it. And AI is doing the heavy lifting, but why not you become the entrepreneur of your life? So with AI, what AI is replacing and what a devpreneur gains is obviously speed. It's 95% faster to do stuff. You can leverage yourself, whether you're working at a company and you're moonlighting your idea and you're starting a wait list to see if there's an opportunity, to rolling out your MVP and building your digital team. A very close friend of mine who's an amazing person that has a large venture capital company, he was not bragging about his brother, which is nice, right? He was so proud of his younger brother, and his brother has a little insurance company, and he is doing $5 million in premium. He has 4 people and 4 agents. So this is happening, and we'd love for the developers of the world, which C# Corner has 3 million, is the largest independent developer community in the world, for you all to harness the power of AI, become the entrepreneurs of your life, and become devpreneurs. And we really believe that you're best positioned in this whole solopreneur revolution to take advantage of it. And AI is the engine to do this. And I always say, it's kind of the renaissance that we're witnessing. So, there was literally the Renaissance in Italy in the 15th, 16th, and 16th and 17th century, and it was around art. Now, your palette, your colors that you use, and everything, the colors that you use and the paints that you use is AI, and your palette is what's in your mind and your idea, and that's something that AI can't take away, right? So AI is such an amazing gift for us, to power this intelligence revolution, but it rewards agency, so your ability to act, and intuition, and all your knowledge that you have as developers. And I just think that we have this real chance to usher in this period of the entrepreneurship led by developers, I believe, that could become devpreneurs and co-creators. And I really believe that entrepreneurship-led capitalism, or what we like to call mission capitalism, will change the world. That's the great hope in, I think, restoring dignity, where I mentioned this to Pope Leo a bit, is that, he had made a comment that people serve the economy should serve people. And I said that I think the opportunity is that because of AI democratizing entrepreneurship, that the entrepreneur becomes the economy. So rather than think of them two separate things, like, oh, why should people be subservient to the economy should be subservient to the people, I think it's one, and entrepreneurship makes it one, and you all have the chance to do it, and I'd love to help any way I can. I know Mahesh would as well, just to give advice or anything we can do. And I thank everybody for joining today, and I'd love to open it up to some questions from my friend Mahesh in the final 5 minutes.
Great, awesome, amazing. And I know you are on the road. You give a lot to community. I know you've been doing it for a while, Mike. This was great, and I agree with you. The future is devpreneur, and we are already seeing that. We are already seeing that a lot of people are building and launching their ideas. But again, the whole when you're launching a business, starting a startup, it's more than just building a product, right? It's like, and that's what a lot of people don't understand. Is they launch, build a product, but then there's a marketing, go to marketing, getting your first customer, getting them whole. So tell me a little bit about what we're doing here in Philadelphia, how this even Mission Capital Club is going to help some of the local entrepreneurs support and give them the ecosystem, from funding to partners and even mentors, right?
Yeah, totally. I thought I was done after Biz Equity, And now we've created a labyrinth all around this mission to help democratize entrepreneurship. So as Mahesh said, we have a physical representation of the club called the Mission Capitalist Club. And through that, we started Mahesh and I, Founders Circle, which Founders Circle brings together entrepreneurs around the world to help them, almost like a self-help group. Obviously wrote a book called The Entrepreneur's Roadmap, and then built my whole business at our EMGAI with my team to support that. To Mahesh's point, it's not enough just to have the product. You have to know all the things that come in. And as much as I love great podcasts like The Diary of the CEO and so on and so forth that are out there, it's more than just podcasting and learning something like vocally. It's actually doing it and knowing what to do. So that's what we did with the Entrepreneur's Roadmap at EMGAI, is the steps that you have to take. So in the create phase, for instance, I believe we have 19 steps. So it's not just, as Mahesh said, building your product. It's like you have to, build your product, get your MVP out there, file intellectual property to protect it, because in the world of AI, creation is close to free and ideas are interchangeable. So you should protect your proprietary IP. You should have a marketing plan. You should have an investor deck for when you raise money. You should understand your GTM, right? Your go to market. You should understand all these fancy acronyms, your ASP, your average selling price. You should understand, with the pushback in SaaS, from a pricing model perspective, can you tokenize your new product or service? How can you do that? So there's everything. There's so many different elements, and that's what we tried to codify, literally, figuratively, I guess, codify into the steps you need to take, actual deliverables to create your company. And that's just the create phase. And then, of course, there's the growth phase in terms of how do you get customers. A really important stat a good friend of mine told me in the venture community, he said it used to be 65 to 70% of the funding that they would give a startup in, say, a seed A or seed B or series A round. So the first 1 to 3 rounds of the company would be used for engineering. Now 65 to 70% is used for sales and marketing.
Yeah.
So the challenge, to your point, is why I think developers are best positioned to be solopreneurs and lead this devpreneur revolution. The sales and marketing aspects, right, have never been easy for us as developers, but that's how you can rely on AI if you know what to ask and you know what to do to build your agents to do it.
Yeah, 100%. So that's very important. And again, anybody who's building and then almost starting your own as a startup, solopreneur, try to get few users, customers who are willing to pay for it and work with them while you're building it, because you build many companies, I build many companies, I've been part of startups. Sometimes what we think is what we are building is the everybody wants it, but that's not the reality. Right? Reality is that you have to try to work with, actually build with your customers. That's the best way to build it.
Totally.
Yeah.
And not
Okay.
be afraid, and Mahesh, not be afraid to be first. So Peter Thiel, he had a great book, 0 to 1, and he talks about the huge markets that we all now think are like, of course, when that entrepreneur started that product or service, everyone probably thought he or she was nuts,
Yeah.
because they say, oh, there's no market. But he said that's the opportunity. The
Yeah.
opportunity is to skate to where the puck's going, or to run to where the ball's going on the pitch, since it's during the World Cup. And that's how you're going to score goals.
Awesome. Yeah. No, agree. 100%. That was great. Mike, amazing. Amazing. I know you are on road. We should
Oh,
do
I'm
this
great.
more
I mean,
again.
I'm
Yeah.
honored to do this, Mahesh. I love what you're doing. I love the vibe coding conference and all the conferences you do. So I'm honored to be here. And anybody who wants to email me, my email is mmc@emg.ai, mmc, Michael Carter, mmc@emg.ai.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right. That was it. Great, Mike. It was amazing. We
Thank you.
saw
Look what
what the
time it is. Look what time it is. Just look what
it's
time it is.
perfect. 8:30. It's perfect. That's how we do it.
That's how we roll, brother. We always come through. It might be choppy, but you and I get stuff done.
Exactly.
I'll never
Awesome.
let you. I'll
Awesome.
never let you down, Mahesh.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. I want to hear more about what the Pope said and your conversation and all that.
Mahesh, we have 30 seconds?
Yeah.
So the dinner after meeting the Pope, I met all the cardinals. So I sat next to this really cool guy, Cardinal Pierre, who is the ambassador from the Vatican to the U.S. So he knows
Oh, wow.
so he knows everything. So he was smirking and smiling at me, and he says to me, "What did he say? This is going to be fun," because I was telling him that. He said, "What'd you say to the Pope?" He said, "Oh, you just said hi." I said, "No, no, no." I said, "I brought a white paper." He said, "You did what?" I said, "I printed out." Wait, I'm going to show you. I printed out this white paper, and I handed him this white paper.
Yep.
It's
I
20
hope,
pages
okay.
in
Yeah.
color.
Yeah.
And he said, we're going to get along just fine. He said, "What did the Pope say?" I said, "I think he was shocked." So the crazy thing, I'm not live to anybody, right?
You are live right now.
Just to you?
No, to all.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. We don't have to say that. Yeah, we can come talk after.
Oh, cool. But it was a very cool story.
Yeah,
I'll tell
yeah,
you
it
later.
was good. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, this is all live.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm happy everybody can hear that. So sorry.
No worries, no worries. All good.
Tell you more later.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. So amazing, amazing, Mike. Great, Mike. We talked about that. So good friend. We can cut that out from the videos, guys. Let's talk about our next session. Now we're going to talk about what's the next session, Arjun? I think we have our next speaker. Puneet is already waiting in the studio. Before that, let's play a couple of videos.
AI is speeding up software. But when leaders can't see the code, risk moves faster. The code registry helps you know your code, verify what matters, and fix risk before it spreads. For CEOs, CTOs, investors, and consulting teams, software risk is business risk. Know your code. Reduce risk. Scan to explore the code registry. Walk into your next hackathon actually ready. Hack India's Hacker Pack gives you a focused 14-day prep track, practical lessons, and a certificate worth showing. Start with Hacker today, unlock a structured prep track, and earn a certificate built for LinkedIn, resumes, and your next hackathon. From first commit to the winner's stage, Hack India helps you show up prepared. Scan the QR code and start your Hacker Pack journey today.
All right, we are day 3 of Vibe Coder Conference. Everything is going great, amazing stuff. Let's bring our next speaker, Puneet Nagpal. Puneet Nagpal. Hey, Puneet, welcome to the Vibe Coder Conference 2026. How are you?
Hey Mahesh, I'm good. Thank you. Thanks for having
Where
me.
you?
I love the last session, although we couldn't hear the complete Mike story, but someday, yeah.
We can't. It was live, so we
Yeah.
can. All right, so we will hear in person. I will do. Again, where are you joining us from, Puneet?
I'm based in Delhi right now, Delhi NCR. I'm from Delhi NCR, but I
Awesome.
have lived and worked across 6 different cities. So yeah.
Awesome, nice. Well, welcome from Delhi. Go ahead, and the next 30 minutes are yours. You want to share something?
Yes, I think my deck is already loaded. I'm just trying to figure out how do I
Just
present that.
share. There you go. You're good to go.
Awesome.
All right,
Thanks,
now we'll
Mahesh.
see you in a minute.
Yeah. Are we live with the? Are we live? Yeah.
You are live. You are live.
Got it. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I think Mike already set a really cool context for my session in terms of there is so much vibe coding happening today. I think depending on which part of the world you're from, you could be building something 0 to 1 or something, taking something from 1 to 10. I'm here to talk some bits from my experience in terms of how to build. Now that you've built it, how do you think about distribution and how sometimes distribution is the first thing you should be thinking about before you actually start building? Because in today's world, the best product doesn't win, the best distributed product does. So that's what I'm going to talk about for the next 30 odd minutes. Can everyone see my deck and hear me all right? I'm just trying to check. In terms of what I'm going to cover is firstly the vibe coding paradox. So AI has made vibe coding really easy, but it's also created some problems down the funnel, and we'll talk about some of those. Then we'll talk about some common distribution mistakes and the discovery gap that's happening in the world today. This is the reason why some vibe products don't reach people that they're intended for. Then we look at the distribution as a new mode and the reframe that's needed in terms of how we think about like our product, our business. And lastly, we'll end up with some recap and takeaways that you can and frameworks that you can apply to what you like. So getting started, just a bit about me, why am I here, and what are the background that I bring in. So I'm a fractional CMO and growth leader. I have about 16 years of experience scaling B2B, B2C, and B2B SaaS from category creation to AI native GDM products. I have built and scaled growth at organizations like Coursera, LinkedIn, ETS, TOEFL, and SHRM, as well as now I'm consulting a lot of fractional startups in this part of India and a couple of abroad. So if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, and we can deep dive into your growth problem or your like distribution problems. Moving ahead, as I was looking at this session, right, like, hey, what should I be covering? I went on Reddit, and I'm sure a lot of you all also have. And there are a couple of like at least 100 plus threads on this topic, right? Hey, I've built a white coded app, or I'm thinking about a white coded app, but I'm struggling with what am I most struggling with? And invariably, in 90% of the cases, the answer was distribution. People are doing little research of where the users actually are. They don't know where to find them. And they're spending a lot of energy in terms of build, but a lot less on distribution. And they don't have a path of conversion. Hey, how will I get these people? How will I convert them? They're not thinking from a conversion perspective. So people are actually building on weekends, right? Launching it on Monday, but Tuesday, like there is not enough traction. So that's what we're going to solve. I'm sure some of you have also gone on Reddit and kind of tried to think this through. So what's happening in the AI world today, and what are the build paradox that we all face? I think if you look at it based on like this conference, a couple of others that I've attended, we've never had so much raw building power, and like in terms of building something, right? But we also have never had so many AI startups failing quietly. 92% of US developers today use AI coding tools daily, and 46% of code today is AI generated. This is from stats from a Stack Overflow developer survey. But if you look at on the other side, what Gartner McKinsey project, they project 80% of all AI startups to fail by the end of this year. So I think net, the gap is the speed of building is no longer the constraint, and hence we need to start looking and thinking differently for us to succeed. So I think if like we know that, I think, and then we say, hey, AI solved the build problem, but AI solved the wrong problem. And we say AI has actually solved the software creation problem. It's not solve the business creation problem. And what we still have to solve for is the software discovery problem, the discovery gap, as I call it. The old bottleneck 5 years ago was engineering. It's hard to build something from scratch. The new bottleneck today is because it's so easy to build everything from scratch, it's hard to actually be found. And hence the shift we need to make is distribution. While sometimes it's a marketing decision, it can also be a product decision. And I'll later talk through some examples on how companies that have succeeded have made it into a product decision. So this is what I talk about, the discovery gap. Like, hey, you have an idea, you work with your fellow co-founder, you build it into a product. It could be an app, it could be a web page, etc. But people don't discover it. Hence, value never gets created, right? This gap in terms of value creation, never getting created, never getting discovered, is what is the biggest challenge of the AI era. And the reason it profounds is also because of, if you look at it, building time is collapsed, but distribution is never the bottleneck anyone fixed. In Feb 2026 this year, about 280 billion was wiped from SaaS valuations. We said, hey, the new AI apps will replace them. We don't need old bloated software. Most of those new AI apps never reach real users, right? And hence they could never find the traction they need. The second is, today, speed is not equal to reach. Your engineering team is shipping elements 3 to 5x faster, yet developer trust in AI code is falling. And in the 3 years, and end users are feeling the quality gap. If you look at surveys, etc., hey, there's a bug here, things are not getting tested. Second, the third element is features are usually now free. Hey, you ship something, your competitor ships like about 80th percentile of the same at similar or less the cost, the technical disadvantages are disappearing. So the build bottleneck is gone, and hence, like, hey, we need to really think about distribution, and that's the context I just wanted to set up, for the next remaining part. There are also a couple of common mistakes, distribution mistakes that people are making, and especially when it comes to from a vibe coding perspective. And I'll talk about two of these. The first mistake is, hey, like the positioning. We say, hey, like I built this, I vibe coded this weekend. Hey, like I'm so cool, etc. So I have a product, but I don't have a business. The second is what builders are saying is they're also saying they're basing them on features. Hey, I built an AI-powered CRM with this technicalities, etc. This is not what your end buyer cares about. What customers really care about is transformation, not your tech stack, not what you did over the last weekend. So lead with the pain that you solve, and hence start thinking about your problem differently. For example, it could, if you're thinking a B2C, like a dentist environment, hey, like, and you're trying to solve like a CRM, I help dentists stop leading patients to no-shows. And you're solving a real business problem, you're positioning against a real business problem. And what you'll save up is like, hey, admin hours, which is results in profitability or operating margins. So this is number one app. This is the number one mistake that people are making. The second mistake is people are making is going ahead with a very generic launch. And I've seen this in a lot of scale-ups, especially in this part of the world. They come up with the idea, then they position everywhere at once. Hey, these are all our channels. These are all our free channels, Reddit, Twitter, LinkedIn, Discord, and we will go all out, all on them at once, which is more comes like a distraction. I think the real way of approaching this is, hey, like we have a product. This is the problem this product solves. This is where our target audience is. But this is where, say, for example, on LinkedIn, people like to consume this kind of content. So now let's tweak our content to this platform in terms of and serve them. Like everyone is on LinkedIn, but people like to consume content, say, for example, slightly differently on LinkedIn, vis-a-vis how they consume it on Twitter, how they consume it on Reddit. So start understanding those nuances of those platforms so that your generic launches become better. I think with those two mistakes, now let's think about, hey, like what is the mental reframe that we can make, or we could make to make sure, hey, like we checkbox distribution. So think of distribution as a new mode, because vibe coding is so easy. You can build it, so can your neighbor. But also think about distribution as a pre-engineering decision, which could be, hey, what are features that are built in the product so that acquisition, sharing, virality get taken care of themselves, both if you're targeting B2C or well as sometimes enterprise, and come up, share some examples later on. I think what this also requires is a slight change in belief, right? Today, most of our belief is, and like I take this example from my Xbox as LinkedIn, the earlier belief was great products win, and you could be in like a mall and say, hey, like in terms of the best product, the best shop in the mall wins. I think today, because there is such an abundance of new businesses coming up, so we say, hey, the belief has to change. Only the better discoverable product will win. And there's a new emerging belief in SaaS circles, in the AI circles. Distribution is one of the earliest product decisions you can make. And it's not a marketing activity that you let, hey, like we build this, now how will we market it? So I think those are the belief shifts that are required for us to succeed. And here are some examples. Here are some stories, war stories on how you should be thinking different, how different teams have thought differently about distribution. Moving ahead. So I think when it comes to building with distribution in mind, if you have an idea, think about your idea from these 5 filters. Hey, like the first example is search. 70 to 80% of traffic still flows through search. It could be SEO, it could be AEO. Will people Google this problem? Or what is the problem people will Google so that my product shows up? I think that's the first element you should think about. The second is, hey, if I were not to incentivize anyone, will people share this unprompted on social? How do you build shareability into the product experience, into the feeling that someone gets pre or post using your product? That's something you have to think about. The third is community. Where can I naturally find people who are talking about my problem? Go where their attention is. People come to different platforms with different attention spans or different kinds of framing. So use that to your advantage. The fourth is, hey, like distribution is not a solo game. Sometimes you can think about, hey, like how do I actually accelerate my distribution? Can another platform distribute me? It could be Chrome extensions, it could be Shopify apps, Notion plugins, etc. Think about the echo or the ecosystem effect that you would create. And hey, like if think about like both from a network effect, like the data, if one more person uses it, does the platform become richer, or does each person using it make it more valuable for others? So these are some like questions or around distribution you should think in mind. The other angle to look at it from is, hey, how do I build in discovery into my product from the start? Say, for example, if you look at Cursor and Lovable, they were built for developer community from day one. All of those communities love them, right? Hey, like, hey, we love Cursor, we love Lovable, and we've heard this so much on LinkedIn, Twitter, Reddit, etc. So there is natural love because of the great product experience that they created. ChatGPT and Notion, viral shaking baked into the product. Hey, like you can share it. Hey, this is what the response is. What do you think about it? So that was across those. And if you look at design apps like Canva and Figma, collaboration, they understood, hey, like for our product to be useful, collaboration has to be a key feature. So they built it into their product. So that was this discovery by design. The third element is in terms of that I see a lot of businesses struggle with. Like, should we go wide? Should we narrow? Right? And I think when I look at it from my experience, breadth is the outcome of deep distribution. It's not never the starting point. Say, for example, Cursor, it started with one type of developer, one integrated developing experience, right? One workflow. Today, it serves engineers across every stack because they focused on one persona and kind of zoned in so deeply on it. They were able to understand all the nuances and succeed with it. Similarly, Replit started with non-technical builders. Today, 85% of Fortune 500 uses it. Stripe, developer startups only, now Fortune 500, Fortune 100, and similar with GitHub, that's now like enterprise organization use globally. So when you look at this, hey, how can I narrow down in terms of the buyer persona, the organization type that I'm to go after? Once I've scaled this, right? Once I've nailed it, is only when I will scale. I think this is something you should kind of take in terms of how you think about distribution. The third element is in terms of how do you make engineering decisions with distributed consequences, and this is where what I call leverage comes in. Hey, in terms of like your time to first value. When I was at Coursera, like we always thought about how many clicks does it take for a user to sign up, enroll into the first course? What is that aha moment? The aha moment is, hey, the first sign up. The aha moment second is, hey, I've completed the course. So how many moments, think about it from your perspective, how many steps does it take for your product to create from sign up to this aha moment? The second interesting angle today is we live in the API era, and APIs can be both narrow and wide, but your API is either a growth channel or a growth blocker, and take the right decisions so that it becomes a growth channel for you rather than a growth blocker. The third is in terms of, and I'll talk about a particular example from Stripe later, but I think the way we look at it, because building has become so easy and there are still so many bugs coming in, right? These are moments that can be built in terms of products, moments of high getting user attention. We like, rather than saying, hey, like the old Microsoft, hey, we saw you reached an error message. Think about how Stripe does it, and I'll talk through an example. And those could be ways in which you create more distribution for your product. And the last one is, hey, what are natural ways that we get user feedback around the product? And does this usage feedback or voice of the customer, does it make us stronger? Does it make our product stronger? That's something for you to think about from your experience. This is an example I was talking about. So when you look at Stripe, and this is like Stripe is now, I think, been there forever. But for the first 5 years, Stripe spent $0 on paid ads. It took about 7 lines of code to complete your first payment integration. And in 2024, they processed about $1.4 trillion in terms of payment volume. So the most visible engineering distribution that Stripe ever made is every error tells you what went wrong, what to do next, and where to go for help. Think of it, hey, like we know errors will happen, there will be implementation gaps, there will be, because like the infrastructure is B2B2C or depending on it. So they kind of thought through, hey, this is something we can't solve for. And now let's just bake this into our product. And I think as developers started using it, etc., They were naturally able to solve it. They were able to self-help, go to resources, and that is one of the reasons why API design is like a classic case study when it comes to Stripe in terms of distribution. I think from this, I think the one takeaway that I would like all of you to think about is, hey, we are no longer living in an era where, hey, we've built a product through prompting and we've got our users, etc. But think about continuous customer discovery, your audience, and your launch, and like, hey, like this, when we launched this is what we learned. This as an infinite continuous loop. This is how you should be thinking about it. This is how your product will improve. This is how you will continue to get traction, more and more traction for your product. So I think, given that we are at a Vibe Coder conference, I thought it would be interesting to talk about, hey, like how do you make vibe coding and vibe marketing work together? Most of the builders that I've talked to, most of the founders I've talked to, they spend 80% of their time building, 20% thinking about users. Start flipping that ratio. Hey, as you think about, hey, like we're building this, what is the user, who's the user, all the things that we covered, right? Who's the user, who's gonna like get excited about it? Is the problem important enough for them? How will we get repeat usage, right? Start thinking about why would anyone care, why would anyone share, and why would anyone return, for you to create like continuous value across your product, your business. And lastly, we're building the most exciting era of software industry. But I think if you don't think about distribution, you're just building a demo for your product, and that's not something that you want to do. So start thinking about distribution from day zero is what I would strongly recommend. I think that's all I had for now. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. And yeah, please feel free to let's connect on LinkedIn. If there's any way I can help you, we can definitely work something out.
Wow, that was great, Puneet. I learned a lot. Obviously, marketing is not my strong suite, but this is great, awesome. I think you shared some of the stats; they were amazing.
Yeah.
I have a question myself. So, as you said, it's easy to build these days. Mike said same thing. It's really easy to build, but then marketing and going to getting your first paid customer is another. It's not as easy as just go and get money from somebody, right?
Yeah.
So if people who are watching here who they want to build their own startup, and they have no marketing or sales background, they are just solopreneurs with technical background, which we have a lot, by the way. We should talk. I connected you on LinkedIn. Looks like I saw your LinkedIn profile and you are fractional CMO, so I believe you advise startups and companies on marketing. So
Yes.
that's great. So anybody who's starting on business and looking for help, advisory, or you have existing business you are trying to grow, I'm sure Puneet is the right person to connect on LinkedIn. You just search Puneet Nagpal and connect and reach out. So yeah. So my question was, again, since they have limited knowledge of this whole sales and marketing, which is another, regardless of AI or not, that's a big challenge, right? It's even hard now because if I'm a end customer, I'm getting 100 messages before I used to get 5. So what are your quick, simple advices as a founder, somebody, what simple 5 steps or 3 steps they should be doing or thinking about?
Yeah. So like the first one is, and like Mahesh, I'll break it down. I think if you're a founder with zero marketing or sales background, I would strongly recommend get either a co-founder or a friend or a consultant who can help you from a marketing perspective from day zero. Marketing should not be something that you think about, hey, like now I build this, now I need to market. A lot of businesses are wasting time in that. Like we don't have enough run rate for that. Second, if you've thought about, hey, like I have early traction, like I have 0 to 1, now you want to go and take it from a 1 to 10, right? The thing is, hey, what are the real blockers that my product is facing that prevent it from going from 1 to 10? There are diagnostics that like me and a couple of other fellow marketing or growth consultants can run. Hey, like, is it an awareness problem? Is it a sign up problem? Is it like at what stage is the problem occurring? And then once we diagnose that problem, we can say, hey, this is the kind of effort, these are the kind of campaigns that you require. The third is like we are living in an era, like we're saying, like building is building is cheap, right? Building is cheap, building is easy. So how do you think about, hey, what are the unique what are the unique ways that you can distribute your product, right? Tomorrow, like a lot of brands are tying on to the founder profile. Hey, like what is my founder brand, etc. So they're using that. How do I look at partnerships? How do I like, so thinking about the unique essence that you can bring through your distribution efforts is what will scale your brand.
Awesome. Great. That's great. Now let's take if there are any questions here. Rohit, you can just put it up there. Okay, here's a question.
Why do great products often fail? Because of poor distribution rather than poor engineering. Yeah. I think this is you need to look at it in like different contexts, but a lot of times distribution is what gets the money in the room, the cash flow going, right? If you don't have that right distribution, you one are struggling on in terms of revenue. You're struggling. Secondly, you're struggling in terms of product feedback loops coming in that help build your product stronger as well. So I think, and there are classical case studies both like from the West as well as in India. Hey, when you conquer distribution, a good distribution also gives time for the product to rebuild itself, to grow, like hey, some of the natural bugs that a product has, right? So that's also like what distribution solves for sometimes, depending on the category you are in.
Yeah. Now, you know how social media, everybody's building social media, and what is your take on especially getting the real customer role of social media is?
Yeah.
And because we are going through that for a couple of companies, and this is a real question, right? Like how much should we put in social media? In my experience, conversion doesn't happen on social media a lot. Just
Yeah.
my yeah.
So there's an interesting stat because I've also worked on LinkedIn. I worked at LinkedIn like during like 2017 to 2020. This was a peak on when LinkedIn was growing its foothold in this part of the world. And what we realized today, from that day to today, about 70 to 80% of your activity on LinkedIn, right? Content generation on LinkedIn, and I'll talk about Instagram, is happening through bots, right? You switch bots down, and the activity, the engagement levels kind of drop down. So while it's great, social is great for building awareness. Social is not great for getting money in the wallet. So for that, you have to think about other channels. You have to think about, hey, how do I genuinely build word of mouth for my product? How do I generally build community trust for my product? Because in an AI era, right, like social is cheap, social is easy, right? Community is a new mode that is saying, hey, community is a new mode, distribution is a new mode that's come up. Hey, 10 people, like there's a community that's joined the Vibe Coders conference today. We have a great experience. We will talk about it. Next year will be bigger, better, stronger, right, etc. So that's how you have to think about in any product. How do I get my first set of users who actually like the product, who are actually willing to share something about it?
No, well said, well said. I agree. So this is good. Okay, so yes, and again, social. So you think 80% of LinkedIn posts are bots?
70, 80%, like people are using content. People are using bots to write content. It's written by bots.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, and
And
that
like
started.
a lot of engagement as well.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. All right. That's great. I think Puneet, that was amazing. I learned a lot, to be honest. There are a few technical questions, but I don't think they are related to. You go ahead. Take one more question.
Yeah. I think this is more technical than marketing. Have you ever watched
Yeah,
AI
they're
conference?
more technical. Yeah, yeah. It's like yeah.
Yeah.
How do AI coding tool and vibe coding change the economics of shipping software? I mean, it's everything is changing, right? You can
Yeah.
ship
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
So think of
it's
software, right? Like think of software as, hey, like earlier, depending on the category you are in, your business in SaaS could be like, hey, like you could have like 75% gross margin, 60% gross margins. That layer is not changing because that is, hey, if you are in say edtech, or if you are in like a SaaS, a MarTech kind of tool, those margins will also be the same for competitors. People are now shifting their distribution cost to marketing and sales. Hey, like because my distribution, my creation cost has zeroed down in, but so my marketing costs have to change. That's why like the likes of Salesforce, those companies are also, those are pain points everyone is experiencing these days.
yeah. All right, Puneet, that was great, amazing. Thank you so much. I think we should do a marketing growth focused conference. That's what we
Yeah,
do as a community. We just come up with these ideas where we see the need, because I see that there's going to be a lot of development, but they don't know what to do with it.
yeah, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. And you have a nice weekend.
Thanks, Mahesh. I loved it.
Thank you. All right. That was great. Puneet talked about GTM in the world of AI, and how you can, take your product to market, make some sales. And the end of the day, whatever you're building, it has to make money. Otherwise, business can sustain, right? Then it becomes just a community. So to do that, there's more than just building softwares. You need I think one point Puneet had is great, is that you need a co-founder, to be honest. That's how I advise any startup I do. If you are, there are a bunch of companies, they start with three co-founders, they're all three technical. And that's when they kind of lose, because you all have same skills. There's no complementary. You don't have sales, you don't have marketing. So the ideal, if you're trying to start your own startup, you want to go for get a co-founder, try to get somebody from sales background, marketing background, finance background. Ideally, if you have four co-founders, one is technical, one is sales, one is marketing, one is finance, out of sudden now you have full team, right? And that's the ideal mix of, and it has to go from the day one. It has to start from the day one. You cannot say, oh, let's first build a startup, launch a product, then we will go for the marketing and sales. That's kind of a little bit late, which is nothing wrong with it. Yeah. All right. So let's look at our agenda. We have a next session coming up, is Ritesh Modi keynote. Let me see. I don't think we have our keynote speaker yet in the. Let me check quickly. While we check, I will play a little bit music here. Let's play music. We're gonna play some music. Maybe take a little break.
Bass is booming, hearts collide, spinning fast. Enjoy the ride. Whoa, sweat is dripping, time stands still. Lose control, just feel the thrill. High, we're touching skies. Can't stop now. It's do or die.
All right. Looks like we don't have our keynote speaker today, so we have options. You can tell me what you want. We can take a break. We have about 30-minute break. It's 9:15. It's 9 or 10. We will resume our next session at 9:45. Or let's play music. Let's play a couple of videos, and I'll text John if he can come early. Go ahead. Let's play.
Brew, what are you doing? Just scrolling memes, bro. Killing time.
Wasting time again? You could be earning rewards instead.
Rewards? From memes?
No, from the Sharp Rewards app. It's got a quiz feature that boosts your IQ and gives rewards for every correct answer. Wait, seriously, you get rewards for answering right? Exactly. Learn and earn, bro. Way better than memes.
That's it. I'm downloading it right now.
Oh no, my Claude limit is already over in just 2 or 3 prompts?
You should try LLM Cost Optimizer. It helps you reduce costs and optimize your prompts. Optimize your prompts, reduce token usage, and save more. Scan the QR to get started.
Students don't need hours to learn something valuable. With Hack India Learn, one new skill drops every day in just 7 minutes. Pick a lesson, learn in 7 minutes, and earn real rewards. Daily skill drops, interactive lessons, and progress that actually sticks. Ready to level up every day? Visit Hack India Learn by scanning this QR code.
AI is speeding up software. But when leaders can't see the code, risk moves faster. The code registry helps you know your code, verify what matters, and fix risk before it spreads. For CEOs, CTOs, investors, and consulting teams, software risk is business risk. Know your code. Reduce risk. Scan to explore the code registry.
All right. So we are back. We are quickly starting keynote. Let's see, Ritesh is here. Whenever Ritesh, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Mahesh. How are you doing?
I think
I'm
good
doing great.
evening to you. Good afternoon to you. You are in UK?
I'm in the UK. Yes, that's correct.
On the UK. Okay, nice. Yeah. Well, good to see you after a long time. Yeah. Do you have to share a screen or something? Upload something?
I have a deck. Yes.
Okay. Nice.
Are we online already?
You are live. Yes. This everything is live in our case. In world, we don't nothing hidden here. Everything is live.
Oh, perfect, perfect. So we can get started.
You can get started. Just I think you have to share a screen or upload a deck.
So let me.
Wow, 19,000 people watching. This is crazy. Looks like people are waiting for keynote.
Yeah. So let's get started. Give me a second.
While you're loading, we'll play a little music. Everyone joining us. This is day 3 of Vibe Coder Conference. Keynote is starting in a minute. If you have any questions, share, drop your name, where you're joining us from. A lot of people joining, 19,000 people. Come on, have some comments coming up. Share where you're joining us from, what you like, dislike. Are you vibe coding these days? If you are you using AI? Which is your favorite tool? Share with us. What is your biggest problem with AI? Whenever, just drop in the chat, drop in the comments.
Yeah. So my deck is getting uploaded right now.
Okay, let's share it and you're good to go. Yep, all good.
Great. Thank you, Mahesh. So very hearty welcome to all the participants and everybody within the audience. It's great to see this kind of an audience and this level of audience because these times are unprecedented, and every day we have a new way of doing things. We have new LLMs, we have new agents, we have new concepts, we have new patterns, and we have new harnesses. One of the latest is the loop engineering. You all might be hearing it, and that's obviously it changes the way we work on a day-to-day basis. So hello everyone, I'm Ritesh, and I am here to talk about vibe engineering. So we all know vibe coding is one of the is the hardest trend. It makes our lives much easier in terms of coding. The thing that we used to dread earlier, that can I code this, I have an idea, can we code this, maybe not, maybe I need help, those barriers have been lifted with vibe coding in picture. So, but what are the things we need to take care of? What are the things, because everything has its own pros and cons. And so my talk for the next 30 minutes is all about making sure you know what these pros and cons are about vibe coding. How do we bring discipline to vibe coding, and how to be successful with vibe coding? So vibe coding might not be necessarily bad, as some might term it. It might not be good in certain circumstances and situations. So we need to evaluate where we are, and what we are doing. And based on that, should we be using vibe coding? If yes, then how, and what's the way to be successful on that? So that's the takeaway from this next 30 minutes. It's not a coding session, it's not demo heavy session. It's more about making sure you understand what you're getting into when you're doing vibe coding and how to be successful with that. So being said that, I'm Ritesh Modi. I'm a head of AI at MarketOnce. Being part of Microsoft as a forward deployed engineer, I've written quite a lot of books, more than 20 years of experience overall in technology, being MS and AI ML as well. So I've been doing AI for now close to 6 to 7 years, traditional AI, and then 3 to 4 years into LLMs primarily, and then now completely onto agents. So, being said that, I will try to bring my knowledge, my experiences with working with different customers, with different patterns, and how things have evolved over time, and what vibe coding eventually looks like. So we all know we have an idea. We want to do coding. We want to go to production. We want to have our own startup, and we want to be successful with that. That's great. And earlier, as I said, was still challenging because programming was one of the biggest barriers, and writing code was bigger barrier. And the mindset that whether you have the right code and whether that code can go to production was another big challenge. So all of these challenges, to a very large extent, after the advent of LLMs and agents per se, and with AI agents and harnesses like Cloud Code, Codex, and various others, have really made the barrier go away. It made things easier for even a non-coder. I keep on hearing a lawyer, a doctor, or various different profession are able to right now create new applications with an idea and even deploy this into production. Fantastic, no doubt about it. But what about some of the challenges that we might have in once we go to production and we have written code which we don't understand? So vibe coding, as we understand, is code that you AI generates for you, and you take it to production eventually, maybe through a process, maybe not a process, but it lands up into production, and and till the time it works, great. But if it breaks, or there is a problem on production, what do you do next if you don't understand the code well? Because it is written by AI, depending on the size of the code, whether you understand or not, the next set of challenges arise, right? So yes, vibe coding, when we started doing it, everybody was taken by surprise. We did a lot of code, we generated a lot of code. Writing code is no more a problem. Generating code is no more a problem. You have a idea, you can write code, you can generate code. But then what do you do with that is the next step. And that's what the core vibe engineering is all about. So how do you bring that method to the madness? So the thing that you see something I vibe coded broke at 3 a.m. is one extreme case scenario where you went to production and it broke. But it might not be so, because even if you have an idea, oh, I want to create a payroll app. I have a great idea. I want to create a payroll app. Fantastic. You can go ahead and do that. Within 30 minutes, any of the harnesses that you want to use in AI agent, you can use it, and it will generate that payroll app for you, right? But will that work? You might get into a problems because it might have a lot of bugs, a lot of issues. You want to solve them, and you get into a iterative interaction and a session which prolongs for hours and hours, depending on what you're doing. And but still does not work. So eventually, you might have seen stories saying that I have spent more than 5 million tokens. I have spent few days. I landed up nowhere. It generated maybe 20 million lines of code, but it landed up nowhere, and it has to be discarded. So that's that's a starting problem. You haven't gone to production, you just started coding and you are facing those challenges. So from that spectrum onwards to where you are not even able to create a full working app, I don't say best practices app, just a working app based on your idea, to the something that you deployed, are two various different spectrums, and anything can fail in between to make you unsuccessful in that endeavor, whatever you are doing, right? So the whole point I'm trying to make here is that you use LLMs which are probabilistic in nature, which if you keep prompting the same thing again and again to the same LLM, at next time it will give you different answers. There is no concrete same answer from an LLM, no matter what the input is. With a given input, you get different output every time, most of the time. Uh, so if you get the same answer, you are lucky. And you would term yourself as lucky, but in general, you will get a different response. So when you are generating anything, so coding is one part of it, even if other things that you're generating, maybe images and things like that, when you are generating something, that's great. You have something working, but the delivery is yours. What you are sending it to production, what you are delivering to your organization, the responsibility and the onus is yours, whether that works or not. So if you have generated 10,000 lines of code, great, it works. You test it on your machine, it works on other machines as well. But as soon as something happens to that code, the delivery is yours. You have to take care of it. The technical debt that comes with that is also yours. So you have to fix it. And so how you fix that eventually, even with a large language model or without a large language model, doesn't matter. The responsibility and the onus is yours. So always remember, you can ask AI to do things for you, but it is you who will be held accountable for what happens with that code. Whether it works great, you get all the accolades. But if it does not work great, you also have to bear that burden. So you have to be very careful with that. And how do you then? The whole point is, how do you be successful with vibe coding? Is to have some method to the madness, and that's what we are going to talk about next. So it's real, no problem. It gives you the speed, it gives you the flow. We can generate quickly things without any issues. Fantastic. But then it did not remove the engineering. So the thought process, the rigor that we want to bring into it, how do we know whether AI is actually doing the right thing? You told to create a payroll app. Fantastic, no problem. But how do you know whether it has taken care of all the right architectural principles? For example, security. Think about security. We have newer artifacts coming out every day, and they all increases the landscape for for missing the security part of your application. So you have skills coming up, you have commands in various different forms and shapes. You can download them from internet and start using them, because and you see so many of them today. But how do you know that's not prone to prompt injection? Because at the end of the day, those are empty files, and those empty file becomes part of your context and prompt eventual. And how do you ensure that there's no prompt injection on that, right? So, and that's just one piece to it, right? I'm just talking about one small piece of the engineering, which is security. There is other things like observability, logging. You have to make sure that everything is tested, and various different flavors of it, right? So what is left? You have generated the code. You can generate the code, but it does not take away the engineering rigor that you need to bring if you want to take something meaningful to production, and you want to keep it alive, running on an ongoing basis, so that it does not fail you miserably later on. So that is something that does not go away. Generate code, it gives you the speed, but you have to bring in more engineering rigor now, because what used to take 10 days to generate now can be generated in half an hour, for example. So you're generating more and more code, then you need more and more rigor to make sure that when you going to the next step, needs have absolutely engineering principles laid down and the foundations, so that you don't miss a beat, and you are able to navigate take that code from step by step, from dev to production without any issues. So how whole everybody is with me on this, and would appreciate that. uh, just writing a prompt that give me a payroll app, which has which through which I can pay to my employees, and I can track them, I can generate some reports, is a great prompt to start with. But will you land up to production, and will you be successful with that? The chances are nearly negligible. So just be careful on that, and take vibe coding along with vibe engineering to make sure that you're able to work with that, and take it forward. Moreover, there are various different rigor to it, which I'll have some subsequent talk about that. But what is the process of bringing engineering rigor to web coding? We all know engineering is all about making sure there's a level of predictability and consistency in what we are doing. So it's all about requirements. It's all about understanding what my customer needs, what my client needs, what I am building for my startup, or whatever I'm doing. What is it that I'm trying to solve? What is the problem statement? What's the goal? What's an objective? And then drill down, talk to the stakeholders, users, and generate requirements 360-degree view from various different stakeholders, combine them meaningfully so that it becomes a full story for the customer. And what's the business value for it? Based on this, you go to the next step. You have a proper, well-documented design. You plan for it. You design for it. You create an architecture. There's a complete product design documentation that you do. That this is what the plan would be, and then you get into the nitty-gritties of architectural concerns like the observability, error handling, security, reversibility, availability, how reliable it is, and things like that. So this is something, even though you do vibe coding, this all depends on you. If you ask an LLM to build a payroll app, as I just talked about, it will generate a good enough code for you if you're lucky to start with. Even if it's a good enough code, the next time you ask the same prompt to generate another, or maybe you just as an exercise, go ahead and do it at some point of time, that generate an app for me. It will do it one time. The next time you say, I don't like the app, can you generate it again? You have a different code. So there are, if not infinite, hundreds of ways to solve the same problem by writing code in different ways. And every time you ask an agent or an LLM to do that, it will generate different code. How do you know the code is good? How do you know whether that code is ready for production, right? So all of these things you can be beaten down through the right engineering processes and fundamentals. And that's what Vibe engineering is all about. So that's three Ks: plan, implementation, test for any application and app. So if you're trying to do this, always plan for it, always implementation, and then test it. So it's an iterative process. You do plan in an iterative fashion once you're happy with the plan. And plan includes architecture, design, all of those things. Once you're happy with that, you get into the implementation, you break down your plan into multiple stories, features, tasks, subtasks, whatever it is. Then you do an iterative implementation. As part of the implementation, you also do unit testing, and then eventual iterative process on testing, which includes things like availability tests, performance tests, end-to-end tests, regression tests, and things like that. So you do all of those kind of tests. So there are three gates nobody takes away, no matter what kind of code you write, with a vibe code or non-vibe code. So you have to do this. And once you start doing this, you get into how should I plan this? This is not prescriptive, by the way. This is just one way of doing things. There are multiple hundred ways of doing things as well, the same plan. But something that has worked for me is something that I'm going to talk about, that how do I look at plan? What does plan looks like? How do I ensure, even if I'm using an LLM for my plan, what's the right way to do it? And this is something which has worked for me. So I'm sure if it's worked for me, it should work for everyone as well. But there's no way to say that this is the only way to do the plan. There are many other ways to do it as well. So when you want to do a plan, get down to the requirements that these are the 10 things I want to do. Great. If I want to do these 10 things, even before thinking about code, anything like that, you need to write your plan document. So before getting to the plan document, what are my requirements? This is my goal. Just write it down. This is my goal for my app. This is the goal for my feature, or whatever it is. You can break it down eventually. So this is my objective. This is what I want to do. This is what the user is going to experience. This is how stakeholders perceive about it, and things like that. Based on that, you then drill down, and that's maybe a 50,000 feet kind of a view that you have for your application. And then you get down into a bit more level detail. You start documenting, okay, how should people interact with them? What should be the design look like? What should be the architecture look like? What should be the technology stack? How should they come together? What should be the sequence of steps that should be happening? How should the data be moved? That's a way, all again, from 50,000 feet down, you're coming down to maybe 15,000 feet, right? Or maybe 30,000 feet, or even at this level. So you come down to that level. You have all the set of documents. You have an architecture document, you have a design document at this stage as an output. You have a technology document, you have a PRD document as well, for example. And some of them might be optional depending on how you have planned it. But you have these set of documents, but how do you know these are all AI generated? How do you know they are correct? So the first thing that you should always do a review. A manual review is absolutely important, because remember, the delivery is yours, accountability is yours, not of AI, agent, LLM, or anybody else. So it's on the onus was in you. So you have to review each and every line that has been generated by AI. If you think something is wrong, something is incorrect, something got missed, you need to bring that on. you can bring that on using AI itself, saying that, hey, you missed this, or you did this incorrectly. This is something I don't like. Can you fix this by including this? You could use AI to do that, but the manual review is yours. Another thing that you can also do is to help use AI to review as well. So there are two kinds of review, manual and AI review. You should do both. And you can use a different model. So one model generated your plan. You can use another model to review the work of the previous model. So you can always say, hey, can you do a review of, and there are various kind of reviews, by the way. You cannot just blindly say, can you do a review? It will always LLMs, AI agents especially, likes to take shortcuts. When you say review, it will do some superficial review and will give you some examples of it, that this is what you missed, and this is something what you did not do, or this is something which the previous LLM missed. Whatever. If you do the review next time, it will give you another 10 set of things, right? So there is no end to it. How do you bring, again, method to the madness? And that is where you need to think about that what kind of a review you're looking for. I'm looking for a consistency review. I'm looking for an adversarial review. I am looking for a strongman review. I'm looking for a reliability review. What kind of a review you're looking for? Or maybe all of this review. So if you bring all of those review into picture by another LLM, and then eventually everything falls in place, and then you do a final review, always have at least 2 manual reviews before, even if you write a single line of code using that plan. Make sure you do that. Unless you do that, I'm telling you, you are in a big soup eventually. If you might not feel it immediately, but eventually, yes. So think about that. So plan this well, get it reviewed, get into the implementation cycle, do the same rigor. Now you've broken down your plan into task, subtask. Implement one task at a time. Don't over bombard your LLM and agents to build 10 agents at a time. Agents, if you know how they work with LLMs, they have context, they have memory, they have short-term memory, long-term memory, they have immediate memory. There's something which is the most latest, is something that's most visible to them. And that's how decoder-based model always works. So so we have to be careful on that. So something which has happened maybe 2 sessions back, they will forget it. No matter how much you try to recall, how much you have MD files, how much you have agent.md, all the system instructions in place. At the end of the day, it's pure maths, right? So they will forget things. So you have to be very careful on how do you want to implement this, step by step, one after another. Make sure you document what you're implementing. You have a checklist, and all the checklist gets cleared before you move to the next stage. And when you implement, make sure you have the unit test, all cleared, making sure you have an exhaustive unit test, code coverage, right engineering rigor to ensure, and having the right linting in place, for example, and having various different kind of reviews on the implementation from a security point of view, from observability point of view, based on your standards that you've set, and make sure that implementation goes accordingly. Same for the test reviews. I'm not getting into the details of test, but you need to have same rigor for testing as well. So how do you do that? In general, you start a work, take a story into subtasks, define acceptance criteria, you cut a branch. You don't want to mess up with master branch or the main branch, or you don't want to mess up with other people's branch or your own branch. You have done a ton of work. Cut down to a new branch or a work tree, whatever it is. You do your work over there in terms of plan, design, implement, test. You could have different branches for each of them as well if you want. Because if you plan, you have generated an artifact, you want to do a PR on that, you want somebody else also to review. So you can have a branch for each of them, plan, design, implement, and test. Open a PR, automated review, as I said, manual review, then you merge. That's the process typically you should be following no matter what, including vibe engineering and vibe coding. So that's the drill I just talked about. And but then you might be saying, oh, I'm just doing as a side project. I'm creating a clock and putting it online, which shows different time zones for different, and that's a great idea, by the way, showing different time zones for different parts of the world. There's no money involved, nobody pays anything, just information side. I have more freedom to do vibe coding. I can be less rigorous in doing all of this planning and all. Though nobody denies you should be doing even in those stages. You can have some luxuries in place. But if you feel like, oh no, this is just my side project and I just want to go ahead and just ship it, go ahead and do that. Nobody doubts. But if you are dealing with mission critical stuff, applications, or dealing with money where people are dependent on things in terms of money, in terms of their next steps, which impacts them, make sure you do all of these before you do and go live on production. Yep. So it's not a brake; it's a seat belt. So how easy the seat belt should be, how tightened the seat belt should be, depends on you. Just make sure you know what you're doing, right? So finally, I just want to say this quickly, that engineering is everything that has to be true after the code runs. So what we talked about was the process while we are generating, testing, reviewing code and put down in production. But the real fruits come once you deploy. And how do you manage and maintain? How do you make sure the lights are on all the time? And you are successful with the app going forward. So that's what engineering is. What makes it code run as a reliable, available system, which is secure to a degree that you think you can potentially do it. You are able to extract information as to what's happening on the system through observability. You are able to make sure you are easily bringing about newer changes and have the flexibility to do so. You have done the right stuff. Yeah. So I think with that, I think that's all I had. So if you all have any questions, more than happy to take. Coding, happy vibe coding. Don't miss the vibe engineering. Make it a rigor as a practice, day-to-day affair, instead of just writing, generating code. Yeah. So any questions, happy to take, Mahesh.
That's great. Well, awesome. I agree, and that's where a lot of people misses that vibe coding is a magic. That's and a lot of engineering teams are seeing that now. Companies are seeing. I'm sure you heard the news. Oh, this company fired that many engineers. Now they're hiring back because it's a little bit more than just like, okay, go and vibe it, right? There's more than that to that, and I agree with that. All the things you just said. Great session. Everybody should watch it. Let's take a couple of questions from Prince. We'll take question from Prince here. Since everybody use the same AI models today, what do you think will be the biggest factor in building successful AI business?
Oh, that's a fantastic question, Prince. I think so you're talking. So if I have to rephrase this, this is all about how do we differentiate a one, because everybody can do it. How can you be a differentiator? And second, obviously, you want to be successful. So you want to be a differentiator along with being successful. So the crux lies. So as I said, the code is cheap. The code is there. You can generate it at any point of time. It's your judgment. It's your thought process. It's your awareness and your domain knowledge, which is super important. How well you so AI can generate code. Can you understand it? That's that's the bigger thing. Writing code can be easier. Understanding code is more difficult than writing code. I give you a code written by me, 50,000 lines of code, and say, hey, you need to manage and maintain this. It will take a long time for you just to understand what I have written, right? So that's a very difficult proposition. So now we are in that place that AI has generated a lot of code. Do we understand? So we should be having the right skills, technology skills. So people say we don't need coding, we don't need to learn programming languages. I tell you, when you AI generates code in Python, for example, how do you know it has missed a decorator? How do you know it's not used the right async pattern to be included? And even if it's generated, how can you challenge it? Hey, you missed the async pattern. You did not use a decorator. Unless you are well conversant with the technology and the programming language, you cannot challenge LLM, because LLMs are subservient. These AI agents will do whatever you say. And so if you don't say these things because you don't know what you don't know, if you don't say, they will happily do what they're doing, and you accept that. So having a good technical foundation, having good programming knowledge, having a very fine domain knowledge on what you're building, is these are the three main crux of differentiating, and then bringing this engineering rigor. If you do that, nobody can beat you.
Yeah, and I think you said it right. Then I can add to that, Prince, is that when you're building something, are you building this solving a problem? And if you're solving a problem that's already solved, is it differentiator there, right? What, and if it's differentiator, how good or big it is it, can other companies can catch up to that? So that's hard part. And getting these users, paid users, is the hardest part in coming time, because there's so many people are going to build same thing. It's funny, I built this new startup called Social Spider other day. We were building for a few weeks, and it's live, and it does everything. It automates my social media, and it's very smart and does a lot of things I wanted to do, which I don't have time for, right? So like you don't have time. So people who are busy, they don't have time to manage their social media every day, right? So this kind of automates your things, generates your content, takes your branding, takes your persona, blah blah, and you do that same thing, and there's a similar product already there. A bunch of people are building it, so it's not just one person building it. Question is, besides building it, can you really go take it to market? And as I think the previous speaker said, when you're building something, you must have a sales, marketing, and even if you don't need finance, but at least sales, marketing, co-founders in your team right away. So then you can, while you're building it, you can start thinking about, is it going to work? Is it going to sell? Otherwise, you'll end up building it and then nobody's buying it, right? So that's it.
Great question.
Yeah, let's take one more question here. Rohit saying here is, currently humans do audit code. In coming time, will AI do that? Yeah, we have to write code which doesn't need human
Yeah, yeah,
reviews.
again, a very good question. But and we have seen some recent development in this area, and so let me rephrase the question. So the thing is, we're talking about human reviews of the AI generated code. Will AI be able to review the code generated by another AI? So yeah, the answer is absolutely yes. We are able to do that. We can review one code generated by one LLM by another LLM. So there can be an agent generating code. There's another agent reviewing code, and that's a established practice, and that's not a problem. But again, uh, those reviews are again one-off reviews from another LLM, and we all know LLM has been generated using, generally all LLMs are generated using the same internet-based data, so they all, the understanding is from a foundational model point of view is the same. It's the it's the post foundation model treatment that we do with the models, which makes them a bit different in terms of we and so depending on how we have done that, each company has different models, whether open source and proprietary, and based on that they provide different answers. So you can generate AI generated reviews, you can do it, but I think today and the near foreseeable future, you would still be doing human reviews, because we have not reached a state where these LLMs can think about newer patterns or newer ways of doing things which they have not seen. So at the end of the day, as I said, they are decoder-based model based on probabilistic, what's the next word it will generate based on its own old corpus that it has. So keep that in mind. So we are not on that stage. I would still recommend today and in the near future to still go for manual reviewing apart from AI generated reviews. And let's see when that happens in future. But and I'm sure for sure it will happen, but I'm not sure for the timelines.
Yeah, and when you're building product used by human, unless used by agent, that's different story. That's one part. But even think about human using a product, they are very unpredictable, right? One person will do things different way, other will do different way, right? And they'll use different browser different ways. So it's hard to predict by AI. Even testing done from the usability perspective, is AI at this point can't do that right now. Number one. Number two is, I was talking about this thing when in business things are changing, right? And the models learn coding from the back code they already had before. So they don't have enough knowledge, or let's just say enough expertise to think about what current business is facing. These problems may be new problems, right? This challenge may be new challenges. So even it's a question. It's not just, I'm not just saying a statement. It's a question from me, is that, do you think, because models need some time to learn, right? Model needs some time to learn. So new things are coming out. That means they cannot generate on that, correct? They have no idea of that. They have no knowledge, at least the one models we have used, at least for now. So what will happen in that case?
Yeah. So I can add a bit to that.
Yeah,
So these agents, the model does not have prior data, latest data and the current data, but the agents can use some web tools to download latest and then
yeah,
be part of the context and make that happen. But then that also is dynamic, right? You don't know what it might use as a current context and then use it for what kind of a test. So I think it's always better to always do a manual check before you move forward.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, do you think in coming time there will be these domain centric, specialized expert agents? They will give what you need for that domain. Let's say I'm building a banking app, and sure, it's done by LLM, done by this and so on, but then there this bank is making, or this company is making this agent that's really expert, like a human would be in banking industry, who will review your product and whatever it is, like compliance, for example. There's a compliance requirements changing, say every month, every 6 months. Then this agent sitting there, this agent is your compliance agent. It's up to date. Somebody's always feeding the latest information. It's always learning from every day. Its job is to just go and learn, right? Do you
and,
think that's
and
a
that's the vertical AI. That's what we call the vertical AI. It's
that's
that
called vertical AI?
yeah,
Okay.
that's the vertical AI, and where you specializes on something, and the agent is, and you can rely on vertical AI depending on how it's built. So if it's been built with the right rigor, with the right knowledge, and it so i- if it's there, a vertical AI like an agent that you're talking about, absolutely you can rely on that to make things happen given the right context and the right information.
Yeah, because these agents are almost trained by this industry expert as well, right? They're feeding the data like, hey, these are the rules, follow these rules.
Yeah,
So then go and check, right? Okay, cool. Very good. That was amazing, Ritesh. It's again good to see you back again. We this is amazing. Let's say hi to John for a second quickly before you leave.
absolutely. Hey John, how are you doing? And hello everyone. Hope you have a
John,
great
how are you?
everyone.
So,
Hey
John,
John.
good to see you. Alpine Gate logo looks awesome.
Thank you. Hi,
Yeah, how
Mahesh.
are
Hi,
you?
Ritesh. I am doing great. How about you?
Good. So we were just talking. You probably heard our last question, and you are expert in that also.
Yes.
That these foundational models and all the AI tools and coders, coding tools, they don't know what's going on tomorrow or today in our world. Let's say compliance, for example. And you've
Yes.
been working AI in banking industry for many years. You've been using AI for like way before anybody using AI. Same thing, Ritesh. He's been doing AI
Yes.
for a long time. So what the question was, you think they're going to be an agent, vertical agents, which Ritesh said, vertical agents, vertical AI agents, they will be have a they will have this expert knowledge of certain domain, and they will be the experts in that field. It's like right now, you go to a banking, there's one guy who's expert in compliance. If there's
Yes.
department, you work with them, you write documents, they are the one who say these are the rules you have to follow.
Correct. Actually, the rules plus skills. So, what we are doing right now, we are training each agent separately, just focusing to their own domain, like you explained, because we don't want to have agents knows everything. Then it will become the same problem like the large language models, right? They know
Yeah,
everything, but they hallucinate everything.
yeah,
So focusing this is my theory. I published several articles about the private tailored small language models.
yeah,
So what we are doing is we are attaching each agent with their own private small language models instead of using the large language models. Today's biggest problem is most agents using still large language models, and it causes a lot of problems.
yeah. Because
That's
Absolutely.
right.
Let me give you an
remember
example.
in
Let me
I
give
don't
you an
know.
example.
Yeah, go
Let me
ahead,
give you an
Ritesh.
example. So we have I think the new EU AI Act. Ask how many LLMs might know about it. It's getting implemented somewhere in July, August timeframe, getting going live. Ask how many knows them. How many LLMs are aware of it. Now, I'm not talking
Yes.
about AI agents. AI agents might do web tools and things like that, but go to pure foundation models or reasoning models and ask, what do you know about them? They say, we have a cutoff date of 31st of September 2025. I don't have
Yeah,
any knowledge after that.
After that, yeah. And also, the agents will also have limited knowledge because on the internet, knowledge could be wrong. It will not be the detail. It will not be the main. Like it's not government is not going to publish everything up there in coming time. Companies definitely don't because they know everybody's going to scrape that. So I think the data is going to be more private and secure in coming time if I'm building something, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Very
there's
cool.
some teams to just generating the wrong information and publishing on the internet to fool the
Yeah.
LLM. You know.
Yeah, so I'll give you an example. We are using this tool. We are testing this tool, Social Spider, and I gave him latest topic. He didn't know about the topic. It just generated content anyway. So, and that will go live somewhere on the internet. That will become a fact for the LLMs to learn from. So
Yes,
this will become a major
you
problem.
don't want to publish something about the NBA instead of to your actual subject, right? So you need to
Yeah.
train your agents very well and then to make them to boxed with their domain instead of to checking the LLM, and instead of to publishing the agent coding, you may see something about the NBA games yesterday played. You don't want this.
So I think the building this amazing, trusted, reliable, and amazing, accurate information will become very important coming time. Awesome, Ritesh. We will let you go. I know it took a lot of time. Thank you so much for coming for last minute, and I hope to see you again very soon in
Oh,
August
we
AI
should talk
Agents
again very
Conference.
soon. Absolutely. Thank you, John, for joining me. And I wish a very happy learning day for all our participants and audience. Hope you have a great time. If you have any questions for me, you have my LinkedIn ID. Please feel free to ping me, direct message me. More than happy to stay connected. Thank you, everyone. Talk to you.
Thank you, Ritesh. All right, before we start John's session, let's hear a couple of messages.
Sure.
Reaching developers takes more than ads. It takes real building, real engagement, and a platform where innovation actually happens. Hack India helps AI and Web3 companies drive developer adoption at scale through hackathons, hands-on building, and deep community reach across India.
From brand visibility to real product activation, Hack India connects companies with the next generation of builders, shaping India's AI and Web3 future.
All right, awesome. John, how are you? How's it going?
Everything fine. How about you? Nice to see you again.
All right, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, hello, John Godel is here. All good. Yeah, let's get started. This is your session. Go ahead and we'll chat after this.
Okay, so I will almost to start to place what you left. We chat just recently with him. So everyone knows how the vibe coding days started. This is a vibe coder conference. Let's start from the vibe coding. So Andrei Karpathy throw the terminology to call the vibe coding. It was very innocent and very smart idea to make the people have the AI to write code for themselves using just plain natural languages like English, Spanish, French, Turkish, Indian, Hindu, right? Tamil. Any language you can able to write code using the AI. But what happened is like these days, biggest problem after the AI days, starting 2022, 2023, everything shifted very fastly, very quickly. And we are trying to catch up with this speed because if you just don't involve anything 1 or 2 weeks, you will lose the concept. So just after 1 year, the Andrei Karpathy himself shifted to agentic engineering from the vibe coding. But vibe coding didn't die. So it just changed how it works. Instead of the human write just prompt to an AI LLM, and then to get the messy code, and then to try to understand it, and then to publish it. Nowadays, we are shifting, like the Andre himself shifted, to agentic engineering. What is the agentic engineering is, instead of you yourself write a simple prompt and then several prompts back to back, and then they get the code snippets, and then they merge them, or to create the full class, and then they try to understand, and then they turn it to a product. Right now, we are having the smart agents, well trained, and then they understand what you really want. Instead of the simple prompts, it takes the full your requirements, and then they convert it to a more understandable, more world-class codes right now. But this is not happening very easy, right? First of all, you need to people start with using single agents, and then it becomes slightly better than the vibe coding itself. It is still vibe coding, but because of the early agents used to large language models and generated the codes from the large language models, the biggest problem was about hallucination in the code. And the internet has amazing junk source codes. If you train your codes from the internet, even from the GitHub, right? Most of the projects either failed, disconnected, or to just test codes. So it becomes another problem for the single agent architecture facing. What happened is you spend more time to clean up, and then bring to your code production level than the earlier days, because code is not yours, right? Some AI or AI agent writing the code, and you are not familiar with the code to understand, and then the push to production. So this is not being AI native. This is becoming the AI dependent, right? After a couple of months or a year, you become to need to AI to write everything for you, because you lost your own focus to your product coding side. So right now you have hundreds of the files, more than hundreds of the classes you need to understand, written by an agent, if you want to manage this code. So what happened is, the solution was building an orchestration and multiple agents to focus to generate production level code and manage them, your agent orchestration under your control. So human interval become very important. You need to approve some codes to publish or to push to your GitHubs before it is becoming a production. So the solution, first, building a control panel, and building the multiple agents, which each agent trained for its own domain. For example, a front-end engineer or developer shouldn't worry about the backend, right? It's the same for the real life. In Alpine what we are trying to do is the matching with the real life software development life cycle, to get rid of this uncontrolled development life cycle. Again, let me underline this. We are in Viber coding conference, and I am not saying Vibe coding is dead, but the Vibe coding changed how it works. Vibe coding right now implemented by smart trained agents, not with the simple and uncontrolled prompts. and then the large language models. So this shift give another life to vibe coding, insight to agentic engineering. So how we should move forward from today to future to make it more safer. So agents, as I say, the agents should take their own roles, right? But this roles not just about project manager, business analyst, the backend developer, front-end developer, or the QA analyst. It should also cover security, right? And the CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous development life cycle. So we should have much more agents to manage the code development life cycle. Agentic AI can provide other solutions, like your corporate may need some accountants, some BI developers, some internal reviewer, etc. But because of our focus right now, vibe coder, we are talking about the mostly implementation of the solutions. So early vibe coding styles was very good about the building as POCs and then giving some demos. Even it was risky, but it was very good solution. We cannot say it wasn't. It was very good solution to help to some developers and non-developers. Let's don't forget about the non-developers. What we gain with the vibe coding styles, let's give the credit to vibe coding. It turned a lot of non-developers, early stage developers. A lot of people wasn't able to learn how to code, right? So even just for a simple POC, they cannot learn C#, they cannot learn the Python, etc. It's too complex to communicate with the computers, human to computers. You need to learn different programming languages. For front end, JavaScript, TypeScript, etc. You need to learn a lot of programming language to communicate with the computers. This is how we are talking and the computer talking. We are speaking in English, German, French. Computers speak and understand the C#, C++, C, Java, JavaScript, etc. So there was a big missing part between the humans and computers. Instead of your mother tongue, you need to learn 5, 6, 7 different languages, plus some other technologies. So vibe coding was very valuable to close this gap and then to make the humans easily talk with the computers. You can write your prompt and then they get the codes from the computers. Then people start learning, it become a little complex, the prompting techniques, right? Because to solve these problems, then it requires to educate yourself with the other parts of the artificial intelligence technologies, like the prompt techniques, the one-shot prompts, complex other prompting techniques to communicate with the artificial language. Right now, artificial language become a bridge between the humans and the computer, which it is other side. Then after the prompting techniques, we understand another problem. Whatever complex and then the strong prompting techniques you are using, it is still causing some other problems because artificial intelligence depends on the transformer models, right? Like the GPTs, Cloud, and others. They are all working on the large language models. Large language models has another problem. They are mostly next token prediction architecture. So architecture has a problem at the ground. So it starts from the grounding. If your architecture foundational is not good match with this solution, then your solution becomes to another problem. Like the towers you see my behind, right? If any of these towers foundation has a problem, the skyscrapers has a serious issues like the Sears towers. Recently, we saw on the news Sears towers having problem, and then they are trying to fix the problems since 3 years right now to not make it to collapse. So this is the another problem, because the next token prediction makes to artificial intelligence not understand something before the next token comes, right? That's why they need very large data centers to provide more data, more speed, more advanced technologies to fix this problem. It fixed a little, but you cannot complexly fix a problem on the foundation. So then large language models companies start first, not the developers, to providing the agentic solutions. They build another layer over the large language models to make the end users touch the agents first before they go to directly LLMs. So agents was another bridge to resolve these problems, etc. Then this agentic solution become to a good approach for the development problems. So it agents focusing to more clean solutions comes from the LLMs before to answer reach to users. So let me answer the Rahit's question. John, what is your take on the idea of agents being able to wipe code other agents from the security and privacy points? See, actually the answer was in my earlier comments before this. That's the thing. We need to have an agent team instead of just couple of agents work separately. So an orchestration needs to control all agents' tasks. Think about an orchestration, then a project manager, then the other agents. And each agent not working separately, just themselves, but once you copy from the real life, agents should controlled by the project manager, checkpoints, and then the resolve the security and privacy problems before they happens. So you don't just return the agent's results to user before checked by the security agent in the team, and also by the project manager, also by the orchestration. I just want to show quickly how it should work. Let me see how we share the screen here. Yes, here. Yes. So this is the agent factory by Alpine Gate. Just let me show. These are the work orders. First of all, Alpine Gate Agent Factory not using the prompts. Like in your corporate life, you create the work order SLAs to run your work orders. So let me go any one of this. Let's go this one. Okay, so you see the flow here. This is a small team because this was at the very basic web page development. And what you will see here, agent team speak with each other. They make the decision. It is reviewed by the orchestration and reviewed by the project manager after the QA finish its task. And they are really talking with each other. This is very similar with the, do you see the last one, or let me see the screen. Let me share again. Okay, so you can see the agents speaking each other, same like the WhatsApp or Teams, and they hear your voice, and the project manager, everybody talks about the project. And once the user approved, it gets published. So this is how it is working these days. So let me read Rohit's second question. Yes, exactly. Rohit, you hit the point. The two steps approval needed. First, internally, the agent leaders, project manager or orchestration lead, needs to approve, and then it should go to humans approval, and then once the responsible human manager or anyone approve, then you can use the solution. So we are not dependent on the LLM companies. We are building a single private tailored small language models attached to each agent, including the orchestration and the project manager. Why? Because once you use the large companies' LLMs, large language models, you have limited controls, or you need to create a lot of policies and, like you said, guardrails, laws to manage this. Even you did everything fine, you still have risks because of the models still can fail and then fool your deterministic guardrails and also policies. So instead of going this way, what we are doing is an agent, like the Mahesh mentioned, it is exactly matching what we are doing, focus only to their own domain and learn and improve, continuous learning and self-learning for their own area. We control this part, and then we are making sure an agent should not learn anything else. So a front-end developer shouldn't answer the question about what is the capital of France, right? So it is not using the LLM's power, but learns from LLM and also from the online sources with all engines. So it is not depends on the large language models knowledge. Also, it is learning from our libraries. So we put our own codes and all solutions to make the small language models works for the agents to learn latest code designs, styles. Even you want to use your agents to use your own styles. So let me read again. So the Rohit says, so humans needs to form an official universally accepted guardrails laws, which needs to be followed. Okay, yes, this part is correct, but we are not focusing to fix the third-party giant large language models to serve us. we cannot do it, and you cannot ask the Anthropic or the OpenAI to fix their LLM. That's why the first reason is we shouldn't depend on the only large language models. So as I show you, our agent team, not just a basic agent team, it can be any agent team. It can be one agent still, because you don't need the multiple agents to do some jobs. You can just with one agent, but always, even you use one agent, you have always an orchestration and the controller on top of it. So even you use one agent, always a controller agent controls what it's done, and then to make the go to your approval before anything published or done. So other thing is our development teams not just work together, communicating with each other. Like you are working in a team, like front-end developer may ask questions to BA, business analyst, and the business analyst should talk with the QA at the end and make sure QA really test actual requirements, etc. This is happening in agentic architecture. I can take the questions. We have a couple of more minutes. So while waiting, I can just say this quickly. Vibe coding evolve, not die. This is the most important part.
So vibe, there you go. That's great session, John. Amazing. Yes, agree. A lot of things. Vibe coder is just the name looks like. Can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes, I
Now
can.
it's more like almost like, yeah, that's good point. And I think these specialized agents will become it's almost like replacing humans, right? And
Yes.
you probably saw Microsoft just announced, CEO just said other day, they will have probably 100 to 200,000 employee agents working in like
Yes.
next couple of years, right? With
It's
humans, and humans are doing observable, they're making sure everything is done right, compliance, governance. It looks like humans will do less of manual, those kind of work, like sending emails, running processes, managing projects, writing code, building applications.
even
That
the
will be,
emails,
yeah,
even the
even
emails, agents
reading
will write
emails, replying
stuff.
emails, yeah. So humans will sit tight there, and just obviously there'll be less people working, I guess. You don't need that many
Unfortunately,
employees,
yes.
right?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what these people will do. You can watch so much TikTok. Maybe we'll do is I don't know, maybe we will talk about agents.
Agent factory admins will work. So what
Yeah.
they will do is they will create different skills. Like I
Yeah.
said, you will not use just the developer teams. Your corporates may need some advisor to your law department, some accountant to join to your accounting team. They will have this. So our slogan is, don't hire chatbots, hire pods, right? So in agentic factory idea, the Microsoft also doing this. You sign work orders and SLAs to hire agents like contractors or like the employees. Today,
Yeah.
let's say the American banks or the financial companies, health companies hire a lot of contractors, right? And
Yeah.
then they embed these contractors to their human teams. Right now, they will hire this instead of these human contractors. They must hire the agents, which the developer contractor gets the $60, $80, $100. They will pay $5, $10 per hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the
Yep. Yep.
model
I think
changed.
we want them to pay in tokens, no dollars, right? We want them to use crypto. Tokens will be the payments.
Yes.
Okay.
Token.
We don't want to talk about dollars. We want to talk about tokens,
Okay.
because Sharp
Yeah.
token is coming soon to agents, right? Agents
That's
can
another
use
great news.
Agents can use Sharp tokens for payments, mode of payments. And by the way, the good agents that don't make mistakes, that don't go out of control, will be rewarded in tokens for behaving,
That's
for
perfect.
good behavior. If they
Yeah,
don't behave, we will take away their tokens. They'll be
that's
penalized.
that's bring a good solution, Mash, because to think about your startup and you are very small companies, you may not be able to earn money at the first days, but you
Yeah.
can. There is lot of several ways to earn the sharp coins, right? Sharp
Yes.
tokens.
Correct. Correct.
So they
So
can
in
make sharp tokens and spend on the agents.
yes, 100%. And you can rent one agent, another agent can use the same tokens on other things, right? So, for
Yes,
example, you have there's a big accounting firm, they are expert, they build their own accounting agent with their
yes,
specialized private model and, algorithm, private secret sauce. But
and
agents will talk, when they're talking, they'll all use tokens. So
exactly.
there's no Visa, MasterCard, or banks are making money from us.
That's the perfect solution. Let me give you a good news. As an Alpine Gate, we will accept the sharp tokens as payments.
Nice. There you go. Awesome. So there you go. We're gonna have a big news on that. Rohit, you heard me, but you probably behind the scene.
Yes,
Alpine Gate Agent Factory, all agents will accept sharp tokens.
that's
So this
integrated.
is yeah, that's amazing. That's first use case of a sharp token being used by AI agents. That's
And it
great. And
should
I think
be an example to other companies.
yeah, the whole industry is moving in that direction. Um, because
And the
yeah,
advantage of the sharp tokens is, Mahesh, it is different than some other tokens. You have lot of ways to earn sharp tokens.
yes,
That is a great
yes.
way.
Yeah, we want to build better, like the way we were building better human, we want to build better agents,
Exactly.
right? The good agents, the good behavior, like ideal and okay, awesome. Sounds good. Let's take any questions we have. This is day three of our AI Vibe Coder conference going on right now. We are almost halfway
Well,
there.
yeah, while we are waiting, let me inform to audience. I am working with the artificial intelligence since 2014, so very early days. And right now we are in 2026, almost 12 years. We are implementing several different way to artificial intelligence solutions. And what we are seeing is it is the really good shift to move to agentic solution as well as the sharp token usage for your agents. So Mahesh made a very great point. Your agent, if they get trained very well, they will earn sharp tokens for you. And instead of to you pay extra money, use your credit cards, etc., you use your sharp token earned by your agents. This is an amazing solution.
Yeah, that's the future, right? Future is AI agents and tokenization.
Yes. So
So,
two new
be-
technologies merging, meeting
yeah,
in somewhere.
exactly. And everything will be on blockchain. It's transparent, so agents can go crazy. They can know it. So you can see right there,
Secure.
and then whole economy will move away from these managed by banks and financial institutions because agents can also be transacting overseas international, right? If you're using dollar, for every country there's different law. Okay, you have to pay tax, you have to register there, you have to figure out all these. But in the case of tokens, it's a reward system until they cash out. If they do cash out, then they can pay tax and all that.
Uh,
Otherwise they're just
Maybe
transacting back.
they will not need to cash out because banks will move to this way too.
Yeah.
Once
No,
the
when
economy,
let's say business needs at some point money, eventually they will
yeah,
need money, right?
yes.
Then they can cash out, but the agents itself don't need to cash out.
If you can use your sharp tokens at the pizza stores, you
Yes.
will need less cash out.
So there are two. Well, there's a one pizza. My friend runs a pizza shop in Westchester. He loves the idea of using token. And another friend, he's opening an Indian restaurant in Hard Rock Cafe in Atlantic City. He wants to use token for their customers. And he
Right.
wants to become the first restaurant in the US that's accepting tokens, cryptocurrencies. So
Good.
this people are thinking about this already. It's coming. it's just a matter of time, right? It's a matter of time.
Exactly.
And with AI, we can build these platforms and apps and these rails very quickly. So now things will move much faster.
And this time, the time is moving very fast, Mahesh. Remember the 2022? We didn't
Yeah.
use ChatGPT yet.
No.
So 2023, ChatGPT become very famous. Then the
Yeah.
Gemini comes, and then we publish our Albert GPT. So
Yep.
2023, 2026, it is only 3 years. So
Yes,
you don't know
correct.
what will happen at 2029, how fast the sharp token will grow, and then they become to used by everywhere.
100%. 100%. Awesome. Awesome. That's great, John. Amazing to have you back. Let's catch up. I want to deep dive on Agent Factory. And
Sure.
I want to also show you, I share the startup with you, what
Yes,
we are
I am.
building. Yeah. And then, yeah, let's catch up after this conference. I'll ping you.
Thank you,
Okay.
everyone, for
Thank you and
listening,
have a nice day.
and have a great day. Bye bye.
All right, great session by John Godel, one of the AI gurus. I respect him a lot. He's done more AI than I think more than anybody I know. Built so many AI systems for an industry. He's a very well known and also our C Sharp Corner MVP since 2003. So you can see he's 23 years involved in C Sharp Corner since he was a developer. I know him since then. Yeah, so that's good to see you. So we are in the minute of, I think we have few more amazing sessions coming up. We have session coming up by Sujit, Demo GG, production is where vibe coding grows up. Code is cheap by Rodrigo. And then we have a couple of more sessions after that. So we are almost more than halfway there. Before that, we have a couple of minutes. Let's watch these videos.
The future belongs to communities that build together. Sharp Economy powers the reputation and reward layer for the AI native world.
Learn new skills, build meaningful projects, earn through real contributions. Every achievement becomes part of your digital reputation. From developers to creators, from startups to global communities, Sharp Economy helps everyone grow together through trusted reputation and meaningful rewards.
Start building your reputation. Grow with the AI native economy. Visit sharpeconomy.org and discover the future.
The future belongs to builders. AI is transforming every industry. Learn AI on Demand helps you master the skills that companies are hiring for. Learn from industry experts. Build real AI projects. Create production-ready applications. Turn your skills into real opportunities. Thousands of learners are already building the future. Your AI journey starts today. Learn, build, launch. With Learn AI on Demand.
All right. So learnaiondemand.com. This is a website where you can learn AI, different way to build AI, not just build. I use different tools, Claude and all that. Learnaiondemand.com. Also check out Sharp Economy. We just talked about Sharp Token and how tokenization will become a part of our these daily lives for agents and transactions among agents between each other when payments will be coming from one agent to other agent. So with that said, now I think we are ready for our next session. Let's bring Suvajit. Suvajit is going to talk about demos easy, but production is not so easy. Suvajit, good afternoon. I mean, good morning. You are in New York area.
I am. And
Yeah.
how are you, Mahesh? Good to see you. I've been
I'm
listening
good.
in.
Yeah,
Go
everything
ahead.
is good. Welcome to the Vibe Coder Conference 2026. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're joining us, your background, and to our audience. We have 13,613 people watching live right now. Amazing. I think Twitter, we've been ranking #1 for last 2-3 days. A few thousand people watching on YouTube as well. Yeah, just share about yourself a little bit, and then whole stage is yours.
Yeah, Mahesh, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Good morning from New York City. We have a great vibe going on with the World Cup over here in the New York, New Jersey area. I should have put on my World Cup jersey today, but I
Yeah.
want to stay neutral on that. The US is really loving the World Cup, especially our guests are loving it, which is even better, right? That they go and have a huge burger or a big frozen drink at 7-Eleven, and they're like, wow, this is unbelievable. They go to Bucky's and they're kind of blown away. So that's really what's happening with vibe coding, right? It's extra large, it's extra big, and it has taken the world by storm in the last few years. So for my background, the last year I've been an entrepreneur, but before that, for 16 years, I was the CIO of a multi-billion-dollar company, as the CIO of the year for New York City, transformation leader in the US, etc. And my background is engineering and entrepreneurship. So I have gone back into the whole development area again in the last 1.5 area because of vibe coding. And what happened in the last 15, 16 years is that I developed a lot of business knowledge, right, about the industry I was in, which is supply chain, manufacturing, orders, etc., etc. And now with vibe coding, what it does is it helps me bring my ideas as a subject matter expert uh, to reality with speed. But what I've also seen is that there are a whole lot of challenges in bringing something together at speed. And I'm pro speed, I'm pro builder. Uh, I'm not anti vibe coding. But what I've seen is that building an enterprise software is different, right? The demo is easy. What comes after in putting this software in production use is a whole different ballgame. Okay, so speed will get attention. At the beginning of my career, with huge Teradata MPP machines, we would build a prototype in speed, and that would be great to get the people's attention. But trust gets adoption. Okay, and that is the whole task. So not only build with speed, but build with trust if you want to get attention. So I
All right.
created
I'll let you go. Subha, you're good to go now. I'll see
yes,
you in a few
yes,
minutes. Yep.
yes. Uh,
Oh, do you want us to share a screen before I go? Make sure it's working.
yes, I just want to make sure I have my screen and my PowerPoint here. So all I have to do is share, right? Share screen.
Yep.
Share screen and window, and there you go. Great. Every system has a different vibe, right? So there you
Yes.
go.
Yes.
Can you see my screen, my slide?
Yep. You're good to go.
Okay. Okay. So the demo is only the first audition, right? So vibe coding really got popularized. You can build faster prototypes. Everybody knows this. That's why you are doing this. And there was a much lower cost to test an idea, right? Almost no cost. You can sign up for different services and you can build an idea that was on your mind on your digital screen very quickly. And the feedback loop you can get is almost in real time, right? So the business sees the working software, but they don't see the spec, right? But the buyer, there are several buyers in an enterprise area. So I'm taking you through the buyer cycle in the enterprise. The working screen is okay. People get excited about that, etc. But it does not prove that a business can run it. None of what follows in a sales cycle is really bureaucracy. It's really, how do you unlock an enterprise customer? That's what the thinking needs to be about. And that is the challenge coders have or business users have when they build an application, right? So there is a gap between can I make it work and can we safely run it? Why? Because in a large enterprise, you have hundreds of applications, even SAP, one SAP cannot run an whole enterprise. There could be different areas: warehouse management, order management, CRM, HR systems, which need to integrate with the core ERP environment. So in order to protect the enterprise, we got to think about security. We got to think about data and auditing of the data. Can we prove what happened for the audit department, right? Can we support? Software is going to break, but can we support when the system goes down or when it's not working reliably? And then everything starts with rollout, right? Can we roll out this software to 1 to 5 to 100 different clients easily? And then, as I was talking about data audit and support, a big thing is fault resilience. And you hear about BCDR, etc., right? Basically, I feel that we have to design systems that they are going to go down. But then, how do we recover from it? How do we support the staff? How do we recover all the data and make sure that the systems are still secure? That is very, very important. So, fault resilience, BCDR, business continuity, and disaster recovery, all these items you don't start thinking about when you're vibing an application, right? Let's say you're vibing an application for hiring experts, right? You're getting the resumes, etc., and AI is automatically editing uh, and telling you who the best candidates are. But what happens? How do you take this system and integrate it with 10 or 20 other systems in the enterprise? And then when it goes down, how do you make sure you haven't lost all those resumes? They're still up and running, and that you're going to pass the audit, you're going to pass the confidentiality, the resiliency checks an enterprise really wants. And that's where these questions after the vibe code takes place, and that is very, very important, that you will need to answer. So the demo starts to crack when you don't know about the data model. You better know about the data model right from the beginning, right? And we'll talk about that in a second. Okay, so our data validation screens looked perfect, but as we change to real numbers and fix some of the logic, right, the screen still remains the same, but the calculation doesn't fit it anymore. So, what are the hidden technical risks? What are the models that are being supported? Are you going to use the same LLM model, or are you going to use a deterministic model? And if you're using a deterministic model, are you leaving an audit trail? So all those things are very, very important. Right now, if you send your data into an LLM, you don't really see what's happening in there and how you're going to get the data back. That doesn't pass audit. And if it's a statistical model, you're not going to get the same answer 100 times. You may get the different answer every 5 times, 6 times, 10 times. And that is the challenge. With the same input, with the same prompt, you can get different answers. And that really doesn't work in a deterministic world, right? If you put $1 and $1, you always want it to come out as $2. Deterministic. A calculator is deterministic. You don't want, you deposit $1, and sometimes it says it's $1.75 in your bank. Another time it says it's $2.25 in the bank, right? You'd have pretty pissed off customers if that happens. So these enterprise systems, okay, these enterprise apps are data centric. Okay, you can change the front end, the screen or the report quickly, but the data model has to be what carries the business in a confident way. So, in a typical corporation with master data that you're looking at, and this master data is typically confidential, you look at customers, you look at products, you look at vendors, you look at orders, you look at contracts. All these confidential data is extremely important, and they need to stay in a foundation that is important, right? So the data model is what will carry the business, which will carry your application. That is really, really important. And when we are vibe coding, we really don't pay that much attention to this. At least I did not, until we realized that if we don't build a confident data first model, and we don't let this model do other things, as the vibe coding environment works, we will have problems in our hand, right? So one of the big problems with data models in a vibe coded environment is something called database drift. Okay, and database drift is pretty risky. Uh, okay, because hold on, my screens are lagging a little bit. So database drift is the risk nobody demos. You can vibe code the UI. The database needs a constitution, and that is very, very important. So what quietly drifts, as one of the previous uh, presenters presentations ago were saying, the vibe coding environment will tell you, oh, let's do this, let's do that, let's do this, let's do that. And it's suggesting that you should do it. And usually they're good ideas. But what I have come to learn is you got to keep these uh, questions at bay 99% of the time. Otherwise, in the back, you're going to fire off all these processes, and fields get added ad hoc. Okay, tables get renamed ad hoc, relationships change ad hoc, uh, and you will end up in a very random place if you let the vibe coding environment just quickly make decisions and change the environment, right, as you're building the application. For example, I was working on a system yesterday where we wanted to see uh, all the database, but in a table-like format, but be able to, change the details as we need. And it took us like 4 or 5 days to actually get this functionality exactly right the way we want it, because we needed to see all the data in one shot, but we had hundreds of these high level items on the left. It was a master child scenario, but it involved audio, video, AI prompts, all of those items, very complex items. And we couldn't do it if we couldn't see everything. Okay. So this database drift is very, very important, because we need to see all the data and then build the system from that. Because what will happen? Your reporting, will be contradicting itself. This screen is showing something, but this report shows something else. Even worse, it changed from yesterday to today. We also need an audit history, that nothing is getting lost, right? And unfortunately, the biggest problem you'll have, because the enterprise is running 100 systems, the APIs will break, the integration will fail. And you will not know when the integration fails until in production, your users come running to you and say, oh my God, this integration, this is not working, or my reporting is showing different numbers. Yesterday, I looked at it, but today the numbers look different. What happened? And then everybody goes into this support situation, which is almost unmanageable. So think of a corporation, just don't think about your software and your software product. Because if you're selling to corporations, they are running many systems. $1 billion company is running 70, 80, 200 systems, right? And they all integrate, they all need to work with each other. And then these big systems like SAP's ERP or Oracle HR systems from Workday or ADP, procurement systems that are out there, from Ariba to JDA to Blue Yonder, CRM systems, etc. They will break, okay, because they're all integrating and working together. And disruption is the biggest problem that you will have to support, that minimize disruption, and the system is really going to work in our environment. And to me, as a vibe coder, this is something we do not think about upfront because we're trying to solve a business problem. But these are IT problems, these are system problems that really needs to be thought through, looked at, that how do we support, how do we make sure the APIs don't break, how do we make sure that compliance can come in and say, okay, I put in $1 and I put in $1 again, it's not coming up as $1.75 or $2.25. I can audit that transaction, that no fraud is happening, all systems are working reliably. So everything is not bad. Drift is preventable, and I'm going to give you some ideas how do you prevent database drift, right? The first thing is you have to practice, database centric schema and design first. Okay, so make sure you define your core entities first. So for example, product, customer, vendor, sales, organization, data, dates, all this schema that is required for your system, they're out there first. Then you have to make sure that the schema with their data dictionary is mapping to a single sense of truth. Okay, so master data systems will actually give you this central repository of one source of truth. It's typically a publish and subscribe uh, way that this is managed, but a data dictionary with a schema first design could be part of your ERP system, and you're basically saying all my core data I'm going to integrate with this system and I'm going to bring it out of there because I know that is the source of truth. Okay, and then when you're sure that the schema and the data dictionary is mapping, the APIs are working, then you have to make sure that there is no drift between development, test, and your production environments. Okay, so make sure that the migration from development to production, there is no change whatsoever. Okay, make sure that's the third part. Then versioning. So audit will come and ask you, okay, you put a new version out there, but what was the previous version? What was the previous version? What was your test script? How did you review it? And well, this part of the script is not working. Can you reverse it? So make sure you have all these ability together and that you can make the data auditor or the security auditor happy. Because if you don't make them happy, the system is not going to get purchased by the enterprise, right? And then lastly is something I told you about, the promotions. How do you take a development product and you're not going straight into production from there? Or even worse, you are not making changes to your production environment directly. I have worked and seen companies where developers, to put in a quick fix because the system was down, they're making straight changes into production. It's just unbelievable that something like that happens. But when you're supporting 100 customers or you're supporting 10 customers in enterprise scale, you as a vendor, you as the vibe coder, you as the subject matter expert cannot really do that. You cannot really touch production. The gentleman before me was talking about CI/CD pipelines and all that, and that is very important to follow and work on, because changes have to earn their way into production, and that is very important, because the audit group in a company is not going to pass you if you don't follow that methodology and pipeline, right? So there are a few capabilities that you have to think of, and each one of these capabilities mitigate a buyer's risk. There is always risk, but you have to make sure that you're retiring that buyer's risk. We all understand cybersecurity risk, right? But how are we protecting against it? So does your system in the CI/CD pipeline, does it go through a cybersecurity check? And does it go to an automated cybersecurity check? You have to make sure that that is happening. Okay. What is the rollout infrastructure, and can we deploy it cleanly? So automating that CI/CD pipeline and publishing that into production, you have to make sure that it works automatically all the time. You may be developing in a Vercel environment, but your production, or GCP environment or Azure environment, but your production environment has to run on AWS, because the hospital or the financial institution that you're supporting wants to make sure that they're compliant with GDPR, they're compliant with encryption and all that in a certified manner. So make sure that rollout infrastructure is working well, and that you can prove in a data audit in a very deterministic way that here is $1 and $1 that was deposited, and here is the table that changes, it becomes $2. It is not a statistical function. It doesn't become $1.75. It doesn't become $2.25 ever, because it's deterministic, right? So you have to make sure that works. Then enterprises will tell you at 12 o'clock at night, if my system fails, who do I call for support? On the weekend, if my system fails, who do I call for support? And do you track your support questions in a support system? What support tools are you using? That is very important. And then for business continuity purposes, do you carry a risk register? Okay. In the risk register, are you making sure you're putting in all the outages, all the temporary outages, all the things that have happened, not only with your system, but all the different systems you're supporting and maintaining? And this has to go through the risk department in a hospital or a regulated industry like finance. So yes, you can vibe code, but make sure all these capabilities you have check off item for, because if you don't have check off item for these items, for these 6 capabilities, you will find it difficult at the last moment to answer them when you're trying to sell your product into a corporation. Okay. So what does those 6 things do? They actually create trust for the enterprise. Okay. And that is the most important hidden product feature. It's not just paperwork, it's the hidden underlying discussion that you're going to have with the people. And it is not frivolous. This is part of every application that you are developing, have to have security and access capability, have to have data from beginning to end. It needs to know where the data residency is. Your system may be developed in Asia, it may be developed in America, but it's being supporting users in Europe. you better make sure that that AWS instance you have, is in Europe and it's GDPR compliant. Because if it is not, it's not going to work. Okay, and those are simple things people are going to ask you about. Okay, in North America, it has to make sure it is passing the California test for privacy, etc. All the 50 states. In Canada, it needs to have multi-language capability. So these things are very, very important. I'll tell you a private thing. I built this software, and then this software can work in a multi-tenant mode or in single tenant mode. I had to support that. And in single tenant mode for banks and hospitals, we created that. But as we thought through the different pieces, we said, maybe this application needs to be in a single tenant mode for every enterprise. Think about it. For every enterprise, we will create single tenancy and we'll give it, because that's the cost of doing business with an enterprise. Okay. I don't have to explain multi-tenancy and single tenancy and SSO and all that, and my RLS environment, row level security environment is working. All those questions go away for the enterprise if I'm not mixing the data set. So the decision I made is make it and roll it out as single tenants, and we will take over all the complexity of managing multiple tenants. So if you're creating a solution, those are the kinds of things and decision you have to think of, because trust is a key feature of your corporation and your product. So it's very important. Don't forget trust and the work that you have to do. It is not frivolous. Okay. So speed gets attention. Trust will get you adoption. Speed gets attention, but trust will get you adoption. Make sure you don't compromise on that in any way. Okay. And that's where I feel vibe coding is going to go, and get into the enterprise, because production needs to have proven discipline. Okay. Thank you very much. I open it up for questions. You said we have to build system which should or may fail. How should the crisis management be done in such situations, especially when things go west in production?
Things going west or northeast or south?
Yes. If we go east from New York, we'll go into the Atlantic Ocean. So I'm glad it's going west in
That's
production.
a lot of land you got to.
So the way I will tell you, I build systems, right? So all systems are going to fail. We know that. We have to make sure that the data set is always recoverable. Okay, even if it's encrypted, it's recoverable, and it's recoverable fast. And that you have the database layer, and then you have the APIs, and you have the front end logic, either with screens or with the the web pages, or it's a mobile app. No problem. But you have to make sure. So actually what I do is I build in a system, believe it or not. On the mobile app, I built a system. I could have shown you, I didn't have the screenshot on my phone. Is I built a system which actually tests, and this I don't roll out to anybody, right? I can test my API connectivity. I can test my API keys. I can test if the service is up or running, and if my services are up or running. Amazon can go down, Google can go down, but how do you know it's them who have gone down and not you? So I usually create a test app, which is a harness into saying my infrastructure is working or not working, or where I need to look at.
No, that's great. I like the AI will get your speed. I mean, and then attention. Speed will get your attention. Trust will get your adoption. That's a great quote. We should
Yes.
we should make a quote on that and post on your LinkedIn.
All right, we'll do
Yeah,
that.
I just saw one more quote from Nikita. He's a good friend and very popular in the crypto world. And I just saw her quote, and I kind of stole the one part. She said, AI doesn't reward loudest; it rewards the most credible. It rewards credibility, not the loud. So it's amazing quote. So that's what we're trying to figure out. These are different. This is good. These are the things we need to learn, and everybody who's watching need to learn that the AI is great and it's giving us a lot of things we were lacking before. They were costly or time consuming. But your session is amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree with that. Nobody. Yeah, go
we
ahead.
take trust for granted, right? But if we
Yeah.
want adoption, it better be there.
Yes. Plus, even nobody checking anybody who's
All
vibe
right.
coding. Nobody checking database, right? Data objects, the security layer, and all that.
They do check. The enterprises do check. They have their own harnesses. They are doing their own checks, etc. The IT departments, the risk department in a hospital or in a bank, they're doing their checks. They are running. They will ask. Actually, I was doing business with a very large bank. They bought a whole test environment. They bought a whole to do testing and making sure that everything was running in their department. So uh, supporting production is a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And yeah, and then let's talk about the test cases and all that before even you go live. QA is big piece, right? You can't go past those. And yeah, so everybody who this is great session. The one more question, we'll take one more question. Yeah, I think you already mentioned all the steps in here, but you can cover this one more time. Yeah.
Yes. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you for a moment, Mahesh. What steps a developer should take care in order to be safe from disruption risk? What steps a developer should take? So, from the developer point of view, it's a little bit different, right? So, if you have your development environment disruption, which you can have, how do you save your source code? Where do you save your source code? Is it really going to Git, not going to Git? Make sure that your cursor environment is connected and you are backing it up automatically. And if your system fails, actually, I will tell you, my PC desktop this week failed, and I'm doing this from my laptop. So I had to make sure that my development environment was working on my laptop also, and they were synced up. Okay. So I spent half a day worth of work to make sure that it was all synced up and working, because my laptop was a little bit uh, behind in all the AI tools that I was using, and my desktop, which was more powerful, had a few more tools, right? So this was very different. That's from the developer perspective. But from the system perspective, after development is done, that's a different level of protection. And I gave you the 6 things. Uh, I gave you the 6 recommendations how you can protect yourself. And let me go to my notes. So you have drift. Uh, so security and access, data and residency, make sure those are working independently. That I typically break the data residency from the front end. So typically nowadays I'm going into Vercel for my front end, and I'm putting my data on some kind of a Postgres on a GCP or a AWS platform. So I'm separating that because if one goes down, doesn't mean everything is down. Then for operation and sustenance, we have to make sure documentation is there. Vibe coding tools are excellent at documentation. I would recommend use it, use it, use it. Okay. Make the AI create great technical documentation. Let it create a version change control documentation for you. It's AI and this vibe coding systems is the best at that I've ever seen in my career. So take advantage of that. Okay. So that is very important. If you're doing mobile development, make sure you have stub systems that can make sure on the mobile environment it's working. Make the mobile environment light, light, light. Don't try to put in stuff in a Postgres database or SQLite, etc., on your mobile environment, because if it stops working, it will be hard for you to maintain. So what I do, I try to make it as light as possible. So it's almost like a UI, and I write the code as if it's disconnected. I always write the code in mobile, assuming it's disconnected. Okay. So there are lots of other tricks that you have to do to make the thing work well, but use the documentation tool. If I can tell you one thing, make sure you have great documentation that will bring trust between the developers and the production environment, and use the AI tools for that.
Awesome. Awesome. Great, Subhajit. Subha, again, this was amazing. It was great to see you back. We have another one coming up in August. It's AI Agents Conference.
Oh,
So
fantastic.
I will try to get you back again if you're available. That'd be
Of
good.
course.
Yeah.
Great.
Awesome.
Good to
Awesome.
see you,
Thank you so
Mahesh.
much. I'll see you soon.
Bye now.
Thank you. All right, that was great. We have another big session coming up. Code is cheap, software isn't. Looks like the theme of day is be production ready. Be vibe coding is amazing, awesome, gives us speed, doesn't give us trust, doesn't give us a lot of things that a production system needs. So we have Rodrigo coming up in next minute. Before that, let's watch these couple of videos.
Reaching developers takes more than ads. It takes real building, real engagement, and a platform where innovation actually happens. Hack India helps AI and Web3 companies drive developer adoption at scale through hackathons, hands-on building, and deep community reach across India.
From brand visibility to real product activation, Hack India connects companies with the next generation of builders, shaping India's AI and Web3 future.
All right, this Hack India ad is amazing. What is Hack India, by the way? We are not hacking India. We're definitely not trying to hack into India. Also, it's a hackathon platform for anybody. It's virtual, even though name is Hack India. Anybody can participate. We have a bunch of hackathons going on right now as we speak, and we believe that hackathon is a way a lot of software will be built in coming time because that's the fastest way possible. So let's bring Rodrigo to the stage. Rodrigo, welcome to the Wire Coder Conference 2026.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're looking sharp as always.
Yeah. Thank you very much. You know me. I'm a fashionista regional director. That's right.
Yeah. So you also added something in your right side, in your left side, in the wall. Before you only had the other side. You only had the certificate, yeah, MVP awards.
MVP
Now you have,
awards. My first
yeah,
MCP award is right
yeah,
there. That's from
uh-huh,
21.
yeah,
No, 2001, 2001.
yeah,
25 years ago, and then my MCT award,
yeah.
and I'm collecting those kind of certifications.
Awesome, awesome. I need to build the wall. I have a lot of sitting in my
Yeah.
desk. Okay, awesome. So what are you going to? Yeah, you are a regional Microsoft regional director. You are also MVP. Tell a little bit about yourself, and then what are you going to talk about? This today looks like it's code is cheap, software isn't.
Yeah. So I've been creating software solutions since 2001.
Yeah,
Maybe over almost 30 years now.
yeah,
So I started with .NET back in the day with the first version of .NET, the beta, 1.0 beta. That was, I think, 2001, actually.
yeah.
And yeah, today I'm involved in creating software systems around HR. Um, I'm working this company where we create this software as a service platform for HR, payrolls and benefits and vacations and assistance and those kind of things. And yeah, and I also create training courses for LinkedIn Learning.
Very
And
nice.
yeah, I'm pretty packed the entire week.
And you have show coming every week. You have show on C Sharp Corner.
Correct. Each
Yeah,
Monday we have the Microsoft Agent framework for C Sharp developers in C Sharp Corner, and it's been a blast. We've already created like 15 or 14 sessions.
yeah. That's
Yeah,
amazing. That's going so long. That's like whole its
yeah, like
own
4 months.
series.
Yeah, it's been
Like
running for a while. Yeah,
that's amazing. All right, listen, we won't take much time. Audience are waiting. We have 14,425 people watching it. That's a lot.
that's a
And
lot.
go ahead. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, and you were talking with Suvajit about credibility, and I think that nails it
Yeah,
because is vibe coding creating credibility? There's an abundance of code, right?
yep,
Everyone can create code. I
yes,
mean, my 6 years old, my son can come here. Of course, he's downstairs playing with his toys. But if I asked him, hey, could you please type this? Then he's going to create some code, right?
yep, yep.
There's an abundance of software that is being created daily, but I don't think that is what we need, we professionals, because my main thesis today, Mahesh, is I don't like vibe coding, the
Yeah,
wording.
yep,
What's a vibe anyway, right?
yeah,
Um, and I think fundamentals matter more than ever.
yeah,
So those are my two main points today. Code is cheap, software isn't. You know that I created this presentation. This is a slide dev. That's actually the name of the skill.
yeah,
This is a framework that you can use for creating presentations based on code,
yeah.
right?
Oh, nice.
So I created the presentation. Of course, I didn't create the entire presentation by using byte coding, but I created the all the points that I wanted to mention. I created those points in Notepad. I saved the file in a text file in a folder. Then I used Cloud Code and this slide dev skill. And then I typed create a slide dev presentation with the current shape. So those 14 points, those are the ones that I created. But the entire presentation was created by using byte coding, which is
Yeah,
fantastic, right?
yes,
Uh, no more PowerPoint slides. Oh, of course, I love PowerPoint. There are no animations here, for example. But for these kinds of presentations based on text, I think this is fantastic. But what happens with code, right? With code, you're generating the code very rapidly right? You're saying, hey, create a new, I don't know, create a new application that allows you to, I don't know, check in users by using face recognition, right?
Right.
And do not make mistakes, right? And then the code is going to be generated somehow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that code
Yeah.
useful? I'm not sure. Maybe it's going to work.
Yeah.
But
Or I can tell AI, write this code exactly, design this the way Rodrigo would design. He's a Microsoft region director, and
Yeah.
this is his project. Copy his architectural guideline, then it'll copy your idea the way you write code.
Yeah, and of
But
course,
again, yes.
one of the things is that I believe, and I'm going to defend that position always, is that you need to master the fundamentals of the technology that you're using.
Correct.
It's okay to byte code as long as you understand what the code agent is doing, right? Because understanding, if you outsource understanding, I mean, that's gonna be your end as a professional.
So here's my point on that. There's two things I want to bring here, and they both contradict each other, which is amazing. We want to do that. So the software itself has a fundamental, the reason object-oriented programming was successful is because of the reusability of the components or code, right? Because there's no need for me to write same code again and again. If it's proven this works, this is the quality, this is the standard, right?
Correct.
There's no need, every time LLM you ask something, oh, create a login page. It will go and create a new code all the time.
Correct.
Do we really need that? I don't think so. Right? There's no
Exactly.
need for. So now you have these millions of versions of this login control. Everybody has their own version of code, and it's just a lot of waste. Let's just say that.
Correct.
Right. So we are moving away from the whole reusable code sharing and code. That part is a bad part for vibe coding.
I agree, and that's connected to the abundance of code. We're creating lines of code like robots. It's is that code usable? Is that code maintainable? I don't think so, right? I mean, you can use it, but is that going to be used in production for thousands of users? I don't recommend doing that.
Exactly. So that's another example I want to take is in the US. I lived in India. So in India, your TV broke, you will go and fix it. Fix it until it really dies. Okay. Same thing with the tractor. You will go and fix it and fix it. And every little things you'll go and fix and fix and fix it. Right. So there's no need to create the new, another product. Let's just say until it's surviving. Right. So that it's a less waste. I'm here in the US now. Anything breaks, you just throw it and buy new. So what we're doing is the US creates so much waste that a whole world can live on it, right? Every year, waste we make in the America it's insane. We are cluttering the whole world. So with the same thing, what you're saying about intensive code, that's what will happen. It's creating so much junk. It's going to store on a lot of servers. It's going to store on different computers multiple times. GitHub is filled with all that. So this is going to create a big chaos.
Yeah, I totally agree. So, and the thing is that you were mentioning credibility, and I'm going to mention confidence. So the code that you're creating gives you a lot of confidence. You're going to say, hey, this is working, ship it to production. And I don't think that is a good strategy. Okay. So of course,
I'll let you go. I think time is running out, but I'll come back again.
We can continue talking. Yeah, I love it. So because I think that we are on the same page. We're aligned in terms of vibe coding is fantastic, but be careful and understand what you're building. Understand the code that is underneath it all, right?
Yeah.
Because, for
So
example, I created this presentation,
yeah,
right? I typed my notes. I saved the file in a notepad, in a text file, in a plain text file, and then I created the presentation by using vibe coding. And
yeah,
I don't think this kind of workflow can work with a system that has thousands of users, right?
yeah,
So what's happening here, Mahesh, is that AI agents, they are typing super fast, right?
yeah,
So instead of us humans typing and moving our fingers on the keyboard, AI agents are creating those lines of code that we used to create back in the
yeah,
day, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, back in the day, quote unquote, right?
yeah.
So,
Like century ago.
yeah, it sounds like it was a century ago, but it was actually on December. Back in December, everything changed.
Yeah,
A lot of things moved in the industry. OpenCloud was created back in the day. The name was CloudBot, and then LLMs got better at creating code, and the history. And 6 months ago, we have this kind of superpower, right?
yeah,
So a single agent can create dozens or even thousands of lines of code in a snap, right away.
yep, yeah,
So the bottleneck is no longer moving your fingers.
yes,
So what becomes the bottleneck instead is understanding and having, the uh, having your knowledge carefully decide what kind of code is going to be included in your applications. I think that is what's happening here. So let me show you a clip from the Bruce Almighty movie. This is a funny movie where Jim Carrey is, as you can see, he's typing. I think this is what's happening with
yeah.
code agents, right?
Yeah.
You can see
Let me
Cloud
share
Code
that.
here on the screen. It's typing like crazy, and yeah, it's a funny movie. I love
Yeah,
Jim Carrey, and I think this is actually what's happening with our coding.
yeah.
Um, there you go. So let me. How can I move to another slide by using slide dev?
You can add more.
Let's
You
see.
can remove this, right?
This is interesting. I want to go to slide number 7. Anyway, I don't know if that's the way we can use a slide dev. Anyway, I love slide dev because it's going to expose this endpoint with your presentation. This is an HTTP endpoint, and then you can use the arrows to move between
Oh,
slides.
nice.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is nice. So yeah, you have this infinite input of those lines of code that are being created, like Bruce Almighty, right? In the movie, Bruce is flooded with prayers, and he's responding like crazy, moving the fingers and his hands like crazy. And I think that's what's happening with agentic coding. So,
yeah,
but judgment is the new bottleneck, because code is cheap, right? You can type the code, you can type the prompt, right? And the code is going to be created super fast. But evaluating, how do you evaluate if the code that is being created by this code agent is useful?
yeah,
That is, is aligned with coding standards, that is working correctly, that is reusing, as you said, some pre-built components that maybe you already have in your company, right? So how
yeah,
can you do that? Or should this exist, right? Because the code was created in 1 second, and you don't even know if that already exists. It's your
Yeah.
your example that you were mentioning,
Yep.
right? So code got cheap, that's for sure, but software didn't. Problem understanding, mastering the fundamentals. For instance, we are related to .NET, right? Since
Yeah.
over 25 years ago.
Yep.
You need to master the platform. If you're going to use bytecoding for creating C# code, let's say that you're using .NET 10, right? The latest
Yep.
version that is stable. Let's say that you want to create this ASP.NET Core application. Maybe you want to create this microservice, right?
Yep.
You need to master the basics. You need to understand the fundamentals instead in terms of distributed applications. Concurrency, security, boundaries, right? The boundaries for your microservice, uh, authentication, authorization, caching, and so on. If you let the code agent to create everything for you, you're going to be in problems, right? Because there will be the time when you don't understand, you don't fully grasp what the code agent created. So, and I think that's a problem mostly for companies, right?
Yeah.
And of course, software architecture is super important as well. Design patterns is one aspect. The entire architecture is one thing that you need to fully understand what's going on behind scenes. So yes, AI made code cheap, but of course it didn't make the software, the entire solution, the final product cheap. Okay, so for example, one user is not production. I created this presentation for me, of course, for today, for presenting this slide, this deck here today with you. But what happens with a real world system, right? For instance, let me tell you, we create in our company, we create this platform for payments, for payments, so the companies can process all the payments for the employees. And of course, we process vacation requests in attendance and benefits and so on. So what happens if we introduce new code that was created by a coding agent and we didn't fully understand what's going on behind scenes? So that will be a problem because we have thousands and thousands of users. We process thousands and thousands of payroll processes and payments. So that would be a disaster, right, for these kinds of applications like ours. So I don't fully support byte coding for this kind of production and real world systems, unless it's not that I'm against byte coding, but of course, unless you understand and you cherry pick the code that is being created, right? You need to filter out the code that the code agent is building, okay? And as I mentioned before, fundamentals are the filter. We .NET developers and architects and engineers, we need to know what's going on behind scenes. My suggestion is continue improving your skills and be a learn-it-all, like Satya Nadella said some years ago. Be a learn-it-all, understand the basics, master the fundamentals, so you can guide the model. You can guide the agent so it creates code that you can use and you can be confident about it, okay? So here's an example of a table, right? For instance, create a table, create a users table. Let's imagine that you want to create this users, quote unquote, table, and you send this prompt. And there are a lot of questions around that. Is this going to be for the internal users, external users? What kind of properties does this table need? The user ID, what kind of ID? Is that an integer? Is that a GUID tenant? Is this a multi-tenant application? Right? So those are the kinds of properties and logic that you need to give the agent. Of course, you need to master the basics, technical fundamentals, but of course, you need to know the domain as well, right? Because let's say that I want to create a quantum computer simulator. I don't know anything about quantum computing. How in the world I'm going to create a quantum computer simulator by using bytecoding? Maybe I know C# and .NET. Maybe I'm an expert in that, but I don't know the domain, right? So domain is also important. And as I mentioned before, judgment is the new bottleneck. Not typing. Code is cheap. Code can be created super rapidly, but judgment and taste, those two are the bottleneck now, okay? So you're no longer valuable because you can produce every line. This is important, friends, okay? You're valuable in your company because you decide what should exist, okay? You need to filter out. You need to identify the best code. You need to identify if code should exist in the first place. Maybe there's a new process going on that is surfacing in front of you. Maybe code is not required anymore. And of course, let's talk about some other technologies, like maybe this process needs a new, I don't know, maybe this needs a cloud service. This other process needs, I don't know, a new workflow, right? So you need to spot what's wrong and what's right and demand evidence, okay? Since implementation, again, got cheaper and judgment got more valuable, okay? So I like this line of code that I created. I'm so happy about this. The best AI users aren't the ones who accept the most code. They're the ones who reject the right code, okay? So we need to filter out. And yeah, code created by code agents can look sometimes quite sophisticated. Sometimes it can look super easy to understand, but you can spot cheap looking code, right? Duplicated logic. Mahesh was mentioning object-oriented programming, where one of its goals is to reuse code. So duplicated logic, we don't want this abundance of code. We need the right code, okay? So that's one way you can use for spotting cheap code. And cheap behaving systems, I think we've all seen this meme in the internet where this guy is typing, who is Jason, right? That's so funny. And look at my new website that I created. It's running on localhost, colon, and then port. That's so funny. So cheap behaving systems, they're leaking secrets, hard-coded strings, right? They're failing silently. So you can spot those kind of applications created by coding, and you as professionals need to identify and detect them, okay? Here's another example, and this is the last one for today, friends. Let's say that I want to bytecode this export my data feature. So the team decided to create a new feature named Export My Data, so users can, export the user data. What in the world is that the data, right? What is what we're referring to? So is that the profile? Is that the entire history of user data? Is that the new data that was created in that particular session? How can you export that? Do you want to create a new, I don't know, CSV file? Do you want to export it to another database, to an Excel file? Are you going to back it up in the cloud? Are you going to compact the entire data in a zip file? There are many, like hundreds of different questions that we can ask ourselves for a particular feature, right? So, and that's where agentic coding and agentic engineering comes in place. And of course, that's a topic for another session today. But of course, you need to be careful about what you're creating, right? So, yes, agents are going to help you at every step. And with agentic engineering, you have this workflow that you need to follow, and there are a lot of different principles that we can follow. And I think that's a new way of doing things. This is super new in the industry, and again, I think this is a fantastic topic for another session. So finally, don't ask yourself, can it code? Yes, you can create that code. That's for sure. But can you trust the code? Can you trust the change, right? So, for example, you can use the pattern where you have different agents, one planner, one builder, one reviewer, one tester, and each of them, they have the specific goal for creating the code. I think this is fantastic. And this is related to agentic engineering as well. And finally, today, because I think we're over the time, fundamentals are the filter, friends. Master the basics. That's my suggestion today. And I think I jumped into another slide that I didn't want to. Let me go to the final slide and we can say goodbye. Something happened. As you can see, this is clicks. I'm sorry about that. Is that 14? No. I thought it was there was a thank you slide that I created. Anyway, thank you very much for having me. Vibe coding is great, but be careful. Master the basics. Fundamentals matter more than ever. And yeah, you can continue learning about agentic engineering. And we're living in fantastic times, friends. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Rodrigo. Yeah, it's a really nice session. And now I'm the host. May have some meeting.
Hey, Rohit. Nice to see you, my friend.
Yeah, of course. Same here. So we have a question. Let's bring it. Yeah. So here's a question.
That's a great question. Yeah. What does good software mean in a world where anyone can generate code? So I believe it's there are some quality attributes that were identified some years ago in terms of maintainability, security, having software that is decoupled, having good components that you can decouple and plug in another. So I think those quality attributes are the same, regardless if you create code with code agents. Right?
Right.
So you can detect software that followed good architectural practices, right? Like decoupling, caching, security, and so on.
Yes, agree. Okay, Rodrigo, really
Hey, thank
nice
you for having me, friends, and see you again on Monday.
Monday.
Microsoft Agent Frameworks in action for
Yeah,
software for C# developers each Monday. Okay.
yeah. So, okay, bye bye. We have our next speaker in our studio. So let's welcome our next speaker, Vijay.
Hello, Rohit. Am I
How are
audible
you?
properly?
Hey, Vijay.
Hello, hello. Am I audible to you?
Yes, Vijay, you are loud and clear. Are looking
So
sharp.
good to see you. Good evening.
Good evening. So
A
your
very good
session,
evening to everyone. Yes.
yeah. So your session is on will developer write code less or better code? Yeah,
Yes.
amazing.
So
Yeah,
will
amazing.
developers write less code or the better code?
Yeah. So just go share your screen.
Yes. Just 1 minute. Let me know,
Yeah.
is it visible properly?
Yeah. This is, yeah. So I'm up your screen. Yeah. So yeah, Vijay, go ahead. Next 30 minutes is totally yours.
Thank you for having me again, and thank you everyone from White Coder Conference team. Thank you for having me. So the today's topic is, will developers write less code or the better code? So we have seen so many misconceptions about the vibe coding among developers today. As the new developers are coming and someone is working, so there are lots and lots of misconceptions are going on. Will the AI replace the developers? Will the AI will do this? AI will do that? So this is one of the major misconception. Will developers write less code or the better code? So that's why I picked this topic and I'm going to present on this one. Hello everyone. About me, my name is Vijay Pratap Singh. I am working as a product engineer at HR1, which is a product-based company, deals in HR suits. And my specializations, I am a Google certified GenAI leader, and I work in mostly backend and the infrastructures. I work with .NET Core, Azure SQLs. You all can connect with me on LinkedIn. So that is my the LinkedIn profile link. So let's start with a simple question here is like, let's be honest about where we are today. So where are we today? The AI already writes a lot of our code. So everybody knows that the people are working, the developers are working, the QAs are working. So almost all the organizations right now are using AI tools. So we have lots of tools available in the market. We have Codex, we have the Claude, we have Gemini, GitHub Copilot, we have. So the AI is writing code. So everybody knows that, and that's the reality. This is not the future. This is the present thing. Like every developer is using. If you are not using, then you are way behind already. So the question is, if that's the case, then how it's going to change our job as a developer? So I felt lots of things when I do day to day work. So how the role is changing, that is what we are going to see today. Let's move ahead. So we have two roads. The one is the less code, and the second one is the better code. So we can think of this in two perspectives, the pessimistic way and the optimistic way. The pessimistic way is the AI is going to write the code, AI is going to replace the developers. We can think of this in that this less way road one way only. And the second road in which I think this is the optimistic way, like we write less code but we write better code, we write sharper code, we write more useful code, more optimized code. That is what the optimistic way of thinking is. Let's move ahead, we'll talk about more what actually changes day by day. So what is actually changing, which I felt, it's been almost 4 years I've been working in day-to-day tasks. I have used lots of AI coding tools. So what is changing now? The way behind. Let's take an example. When I started my career, if I got an issue, what I did. I pasted that to the Google. Then Google provides me different links. I went to Stack Overflow, then C Sharp Corners, the different forms, and then I got the solution. I applied the code there. So what I was doing back then. But the new way now is you just write the prompt, you got the code, and you just apply it and try the output. This is what the new ways is, and this is what we are changing. The way of this is what the actually changing day to day life of our developer. So less time on the keyboard, more time thinking. Just prompt better is not only the answer. Exactly. So the prompting is one of the important skill, but only prompting is the skill. That is not the only answer. We need to think this in a different ways as well. So the AI can give you a draft, AI can you give the code, but you can't check the work you do not understand. Exactly. So the Rodrigo already said that the fundamentals are the basic thing, important thing. The basics are the important thing. If you know the basics, then you can do the vibe coding. I I have almost 4 years of experience with C Sharp, .NET, Azure, but I can build a website in 10 to 15 minutes using React, maybe with Angular, maybe with JavaScript, maybe. But until and unless I do not know the basic concepts of the language of a language, then I am not going to find anything out of it. If it breaks in the production, if it breaks with the client, then you'll be in a big problem. You will never know where the problem is because you do not know the fundamentals, you do not know the basics. So the coding is why like the AI tool can give you the code, but it cannot give you the confidence. The confidence comes from the basics. If you have strong basics, then you can definitely write codes with the AI tools. Let's see this in detail. So here is the example here. Like I gave an example earlier. I built a website using React. I deployed it. I gave demo. I am giving demo to the client. What will happen? In between, what happens if anything breaks down? I will not be able to find the mistake forever and ever because I do not know the basics. I do not know the code. I haven't reviewed our code properly. I just write the prompt, I got the code, and I applied it. But I will never be able to debug it if I do not know the basics and the fundamentals. So this is the real game now. So the next one is our role is shifting. Definitely, the role of a developer is shifting from person who writes the code to the person who decides, reviews, and take responsibility to it. So earlier back then, I was writing the code. The most of the time I was spending in writing the code. I was spending in debugging most of the time. But right now, the code is as the AI tool will give you the code within minutes and within seconds. So like I have seen it, and the developers who are working with the different tools, they also know that we have a very important feature in each and every AI tool, which is ask before edit. So that's the main point here is like AI, you write the prompt, you got the code, but then you got a pop-up in every tool. In Cursor you have Claude, you have Gemini, GitHub Copilot you have. Then there is a pop-up where you will see the old code and the new code. So you takes the responsibility of reviewing the code. So this is where you are spending your time. The developers are spending time in reviewing the code, in deciding which is the better one. You give another prompt, you got another code, then you review it, you give another prompt, another retry, another review, and that's how you select your specific and the best suited code. You write a problem, and maybe the AI can give you multiple solutions of that problem. Which one to accept, which one to implement? This is where a developer is spending time nowadays.
So this is how the role is shifting. The evaluation of responsibility, the role of a developer is shifting towards reviewing and deciding and taking responsibility of the code he is writing. The one line here is to remember: the AI can generate code, but it still can't own responsibility, context, trade-offs, or judgment. This is a very important line. The AI can give you the code, but the AI doesn't know your context. AI doesn't know the response. AI don't have any responsibility. The trade-offs, AI can't take the judgments. So this is, we will talk about this in the next slide, which is we have four things which AI can't own: the responsibility, the context, the trade-offs, and the judgments. You are working somewhere and the code breaks down at 2 a.m. at midnight, then you will be the responsible for that. The AI will not be the responsible one. So here the things are changing. The responsibility comes on the developer. The context, you write the prompt, you got multiple solutions. Which solution to accept and which solution to apply, that depends on the context. AI doesn't know your user base. AI doesn't know the configurations, your servers. AI doesn't know the scale of your business. AI doesn't know the use cases. So this is because you are the only one who know the context, and this is not possible each and every time you are giving tasks to the AI tool and you are writing prompt again and again. The different details of your organizations you can't share with the AI tool, definitely. So you know the context, AI doesn't know the context. So you own the context and you own the responsibility. The third one is trade-offs. We give a problem, we got multiple solutions. Which solution to implement? Either we want the fast one, we want the cheap one, we want the solid, and we want the safe one. Which one we want as per our use case, that depends totally on the developer. Because AI can give you multiple solutions, but which solution to accept based upon the response, based upon the requirement, the use case, you have different. Whether I want the fast solution, I want just is it this to be working, I do not want any optimization in the code. I want a solution which should be well optimized. Either I it doesn't matter whether you write it in 10 lines, 100 lines, or maybe in two or three files, but I want a proper optimized code. You know the use case. The AI doesn't own the trade-offs. The fourth one here is the judgment. So the judgment comes when you need to accept the solutions. So which solutions to accept? Here comes the judgment. So you are the one who will be doing the judgment there. So AI will not take the responsibility. So here are four things which AI can't own: responsibility, context, trade-offs, and judgment. So these four things are owned by the developer only. So if you are a good developer, you will always own these 4 points about the vibe coding. Okay, so reviewing code is not the main job. Is the main job? Sorry, reviewing code is the main now is the main job exactly. So where we are spending our time now? The earlier back then, as I told you before, then I was spending my time then in writing the code, finding the problem on different forums, Stack Overflow, C# corner forums, and different multiple sites. I visited each and every sites. Then I got a few line of code with solutions. Then apply it. So applying and writing the solution, that was the main work of a developer back then. But right now, you write the prompt, you got the code within minutes or within seconds, maybe depending upon the prompt you are writing. But the main part comes is reviewing the code. When the pop-up came, you need to review the code properly. You need to see whether this will fit my use case or not. If this will fit, okay, I am going ahead, I am accepting this. If this will not suit my problem, then Again, I will give the second iteration of prompt, then the new code will come, then I will apply that code. So this is reviewing the code, taking the judgment, and viewing whether this will fit my use case or not. That this is the main job right now is. Let's move ahead to the answer now. So the less code or the better code? The definitely this probably less code typed by hands. The developer will not write more and more codes typing by hands, because AI will write the code. But the quality shift is the better code, the clear, safer, and backed by the real thinking. This is the main game here. This is the game changer. The AI is writing the code, he is giving you the code, but which code to accept, which code to reject, that is the most important part. And here the quality is shifting right now. If you are a developer, you are using Claude, you are using Gemini, you are using maybe the Codex, the AI tool is writing the code, and still uh, you are accepting the bad code. Then this is definitely going to replace you. Definitely, AI is going to replace you. You need to think of this way that okay, I have this task, I need to spend my time on writing a better code, a optimized code. Along with that, you can also spend some time on reviewing the code which is already there in your file. You can tell the AI tool like, hey, I need a better and optimized code, give me the piece of code. So AI will give you better and optimized code. The quality shift, this is where the role of a developer is shifting right now, the quality shift. So the assessment criteria, the developer of the future is judged by how well they define the problem, check the solution, and make sure it holds up. So this is the answer to our topic which we started, that the developer is defined by how well, how optimized, and how the best solution a developer can find out of a tool. Coding tool can give you multiple answers, multiple solutions to a single problem. Accepting the best one as per the context, as per the use case, accepting the better optimized one, accepting that code which better suits your use case. That is what the important thing is. So the less code, also the better code. So both we are having the points. So here comes my closing thoughts. Don't race AI on typing, win on judgment. So AI is the most powerful tool we can ever had, but it's still just a tool. AI is like, AI tools are the tools. They don't have the emotions. They don't know the bigger picture. You know the bigger picture. You will be a better developer if you get the better code and the best output from the AI tool. So don't raise AI on typing, win on judgment. That someone is you, like human in the loop. You will be the responsible. You will be the one who will hold the responsibility, do the judgments. So the human in the loop will be that someone is you who is writing the code. So I rest my the slide here. We'll go to the questions if anyone wants to ask the questions. Over to you, Rohit.
Yeah, Vijay, yeah, absolutely amazing session. Of course, better code is good. So we have a question. So here's the question.
Okay, so if AI can't own the responsibility, how can a newcomer in the industry trust on AI answers? Even she cannot review because he might doesn't have strong basics of that field. Okay, so that's again very important questions for the newcomers which are coming, because they don't have the proper knowledge. But again, as I said, if you know the basics, if you know the fundamentals, you will be very confident. See, the problems happens. You write the code. We are the developers. We are humans. We make mistakes. So this happens with everyone. If you are new, you will make mistakes. You will write code, but you should at least know that what the AI is writing. If you know, you will have the more confidence. You will be available at the front to take the responsibility if you know what you are writing, what you are accepting. If you don't know the basics, if you even if I am if let's suppose I am from non IT background and I am building a app. Everyone can build a app, but he don't know anything. He don't know the ABCDs of coding. He will not be the confident. So this is where this the basics knowledge of basics came into the picture. If you know the basics, you will always be confident and you will always take the responsibility. Definitely review your code, learn about it, and you will definitely have the confidence. I think that answers your question.
Yeah, of course. And let's take another question again asked by Agora. I think it's the same one.
It's the same, I think.
Yeah, yeah, this is the same one. Okay, so now we don't have any question. So thank you, Vijay. Thank you for joining us at
Thank
Whitewater
you, thank
Conference.
you everyone in the AI Vibe Coder conference team, and thank you Rohit for having me. Thank you Mahesh sir, he's not there, and thank you everyone for joining. Maybe the people are from different reasons. Good morning, good evening, and thank you everyone again.
Yeah, Vijay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, this is our session by Vijay. It's amazing session. We have next speaker in our studio. Let's have some couple of ads from our sponsors before going to the next speaker.
The future belongs to communities that build together. Sharp Economy powers the reputation and reward layer for the AI native world.
Learn new skills, build meaningful projects, earn through real contributions. Every achievement becomes part of your digital reputation. From developers to creators, from startups to global communities, Sharp Economy helps everyone grow together through trusted reputation and meaningful rewards.
Start building your reputation. Grow with the AI native economy. Visit sharpeconomy.org and discover the future.
Reaching developers takes more than ads. It takes real building, real engagement, and a platform where innovation actually happens. Hack India helps AI and Web3 companies drive developer adoption at scale through hackathons, hands-on building, and deep community reach across India.
From brand visibility to real product activation, Hack India connects companies with the next generation of builders, shaping India's AI and Web3 future.
So yeah, welcome back, everyone. Let's welcome our next speaker, Jane. Jane, how are you?
All good. How are you?
Absolutely fine. So Jane, where are you joining us from?
I am currently in London.
Oh, wow. Okay. So Jane, go ahead, share your screen, and next 30-35 minutes is totally yours.
Absolutely. Thank you. Double checking if you can see my screen.
Yes, it's up now.
Perfect. Just double check. You can see the presentation.
Yes.
Perfect. So hi, everyone. Thank you for having me today on the conference. And today is more of a workshop rather than a presentation. I'd like to talk about deep research for vibe coders. So I know we have a chat, so just want to ask a question. How many times have you asked AI a question and then built from its answer without really thinking if the answer was accurate? I have done it numerous of times up until I found the technique which I'm going to share with you today. So a bit about myself. I am Jean Kluschke. I am a product strategy and operations executive in Platma, as well as the UK manager of Platma UK. And so today's technique, the best thing about it is you don't have to be a developer, you don't have to be a coder to do this. If I'm able to do it, every one of you in the room is also. So when you ask AI a question, you get a confident answer, and then you act on it, you build on it, whether that's business related or personal related. However, did you ask yourself if that question is actually accurate? The main difference is between deep research and chat is that a chat is a trained in knowledge model. So when you ask a question, it just gives you an answer of what the model is frozen in time. So essentially what it answers you is an educated guess, sometimes not even educated. However, when we look at deep research, it is so much more extensive, where first of all, the knowledge comes from actual sources rather than the assumption of the AI, as well as it shows the sources and evidence where it found the answers, which is vital for example, if you're building a business or asking a question about your business, you should not address those in the chat. You should definitely address those in the deep research. And I will show you why exactly. Because in chat, I like to call it the shrug answer. The chat assumes and is just giving you an answer for you to leave it alone. I'll tell you why more. So when we look at deep research, one engine is one angle of deep research. For example, if I do in ChatGPT does extensive research. However, it comes with also a blind spot of the engine. However, if we use three and combine three engines, first of all, we have three different perspectives, three different opinions based, once again, on research. Plus, we have three blind spots. And the technique I'm going to show you today, we challenge those blind spots against each other, essentially challenging the AIs against each other. So what are we going to do today? And what are the main things to remember? The first thing we build before the deep research is the context first. Today, we will use an example of a vitamin company called BioSwiss. Then we use more than one engine, thing that I mentioned in the previous slide. When we use more than one engine, we triangulate across models, so there's no specific blind spot we're looking at. And finally, we will ground all of our research into one data source. So this step is made in 5. First, the business DNA, then the meta prompt, which essentially allows the AI to write the prompt for the deep research. Then we have the multiverse, where we combine all those researches, because today we'll use 3 AIs to compile 9 deep search reports for our business. Step 4 is the assembly into NotebookLM, which is an AI which gives you an answer from the sources you give it, not from a source it chooses itself and assumes. And final step, we will interrogate NotebookLM with the sources we collected from our deep research. So what is the business DNA? The business DNA is essentially the wide angle view of your business. We're talking founder, audience, goals, product, market, and constraints. The AI needs to know as much about you as possible to give you the best answer. Because as we say, if you generic in, generic out, this is how we stop AI from making its first hallucinations. And what I like to call the trilemma, we're going to run the deep research through 3 fields. The market, so is there any money and what it's looking like for the vitamin business? The audience, so who are they? What do they do? What are their main pain points? And 3, the competitors, so who are thriving in the market and what is the climate like in the market? So the main thing with AI, which I like to go for, is never write anything yourself. As the example is in here, the AI will interview you rather than you telling AI what you do. So all you have to do is copy the prompt here, which will generate you a business DNA. Before you copy it, you will have to tell the AI as much as you can about yourself. And the life hack with this is that you don't need to type everything up, because once again, that takes time, which we don't have. What you do is record yourself talking about your business, about these 6 pillars: founder, product, audience, market, goals, and constraints, and then transcribe that video, and then copy that text into the AI. And then you already have a detailed interview with a vast amount of information where the AI can already start generating and understanding what your business does. So in the case of the BioSwiss vitamins brand, it has given me this. So everything I've mentioned, everything what's been written has been put into a meta prompt, a full business DNA. On the right, you can see the main key points, which it's taken out, and we will use these key main points for our final product you will see in the end of the presentation. So next step is meta prompting, creating the prompts which the AI will use for its deep research. Once again, very easy. All you have to do is copy your business DNA into a AI engine of your choice. My one is Claude, but you can go with ChatGPT or Gemini, whatever feels closest to you. You copy in your business DNA, plus you copy this meta prompt. This meta prompt will generate you 3 deep research prompts for the search engine. Why is this important? Why should you not make these prompts by yourself? Is because the AI will embed specific keywords, which will make you a better deep research and avoid the AI to hallucinate. When I say the AI will hallucinate, what I mean is pick untrusted sources or create its own assumptions. So 3 voices, 3 prompts. As I mentioned, the market, the audience, and the competitor. And the guards against hallucination, getting more into it. First one is contrarian tripwire, is where the AI will not only search for success ideas or success scenarios, but will also look at where companies went wrong and companies which shut down for various reasons, because usually AI just focuses on the success. It only wants to show you the positive, the good stuff. However, with this meta prompt, it shows you what businesses failed, why they failed, and you can then interrogate the AI, Notebook LM, with more specific questions. And then the second one is hedge audit. So whenever the AI scopes a weasel word, which may indicate that the source is untrustworthy or may hint that the AI is making its own assumptions, it completely kills that sentence and searches for a new one. And to make sure it finds a relevant one, it replaces the weasel words with a number, a name, or a data quote, which would make the result a lot more accurate. So the multiverse. Here, I like to give the example of Spider-Man. So yeah, we have 3 Spider-Man. There's Tom Holland, Tobey Maguire, and Andrew Garfield. All of them Spider-Man, but all of them had a different perspective, different experience, which led them to becoming Spider-Man. Same concept here. So we are feeding our deep research prompt plus our DNA prompt into 3 different engines. So we'll have 3 researches for market, 3 for audience, and 3 for competitors, which gives us 9 deep research reports in less than 2 hours. So something which research companies would do for a week and bill you for a week, you're able to do just before lunch. So, and now we move on to our assembly point, which is Notebook LM. Why are we using Notebook LM? Notebook LM is not always an open source AI. It can only read, or it reads only from the sources you upload into it. So what do? We upload the PDF files with all of our deep research text into it, and we upload all of our sources, online sources, which the deep research gave us. And we're talking up to 300 different sources. And then in here, we then interrogate the AI, because Notebook LM will answer only within the knowledge that you gave it. It will not go into the internet itself and try to find you a easy answer. So once we start the interrogation, we ask, this is the first question we ask it: where do all sources agree and where do they disagree? Why do we do this? We are sectioning these sources into our foundation and to our hypothesis. Where the sources agree, it's solid, it's clear, we know it's true, because once again, we looked at 3 different perspectives. And when they start disagreeing is where we build our hypothesis. We ask it, why are you disagreeing? What is the reason? Give me evidence for that reason. And so, based on the research for the vitamin company BioSwiss, this is the 3 pillars, which, if you remember, were in the start, were in my business DNA. This is the digested format, which the deep research has concluded. So we have 1 billion of the UK supplements market. We have the premium wedge of 80 to 120 million. And then we have highlighted the most successful brand, which is IM8 by David Beckham, which has resulted in $9 million revenue in October 2025. So we already see specific information which AI would not give you if you ask the same question in chat. So here we can see an example of why it is accurate. We have 2 engines, completely different ones, ChatGPT and Perplexity. However, they are close in their research. Essentially, this shows that they researched the similar or the same industry, and based from their judgment, it made the same result. It gave you the same result, showing that there's no hallucinations in the AI, in this perspective of deep research. So another thing what deep research does is things which the chat would never give you. So the meta prompt I mentioned earlier, where to show me companies which shut down because of failure, it now shows me and gives me exact research on an exact example. So for example, company Modere, after 23 years, shut down in 2025. Also a supplement brand. And then we go into NotebookLM and interrogate, what is Modere? Why did they shut down? What was the reason? How can BioSwiss avoid this kind of result for it? And then on the contrary, FreeSoul, a company that started completely online and now has 600 plus stores and hit a 35.5 million pound revenue. And once again, we can go and ask the same questions. What kind of technique is FreeSoul doing that made them thrive? Can you build me the same technique, but for BioSwiss, taking the business DNA into account? So, and this is what I like to call the money button formula. What you do is you simply copy and paste I sell blank for blank because blank, and ask NotebookLM to create you the money button formula. In the case of BioSwiss, it took my aim and then looked at the products I have and then tailored a reply of how I can reach that 100K revenue rate and with what and to whom to sell. So in the BioSwiss case, I can reach that rate with selling specifically the energy and calmness bundle for UK professionals from 30 to 45 years old, because 1 in 4 quit supplements over price. So it already gives me an answer. And from this, I can then build my marketing roadmap. I can build my business roadmap. So this gives you a massive foundation which you can trust. So it's also important to mention when not to use deep research. If you have a question which can be verified very easily, say with 1 click, you do not need deep research, because it's an easy question. And what you'll be doing is you'll be wasting time and you'll be wasting tokens. The real reason to use deep research is when you have a big request or you're building something big, whether that's related to your business, related to a project you're doing, something where you need a vast amount of data from both online sources, academic sources, reviews, forums, anything like you can think of where you can get reviews. Deep research will find it for you. And it's not going to be an AI assumption. It's going to be reviews of real people, which then build the AI's assumption. So the key 3 things to remember from today is, before you start any deep research, you have to give the AI the context. If it's about your business, business DNA. If it's about a project or a specific workload you're doing, give it as much information as you can about the context, And with that, the AI will already have extensive knowledge and it will not hallucinate and assume things. So once again, once you're building that context, for example, for your business DNA, do not be shy when sharing information. The more you share, the more information the AI will help and the better it will be able to help you. Second, many engines beat one. If you are able to use more than 3 engines and you'd like to try and see if the results will be better, that is perfectly fine as well. I choose to use ChatGPT, Perplexity, and Parallel AI. Recently, Claude has done a deep research edition less than a month ago, I believe. But when conducting deep research with Claude, I have used 9.5 million tokens, I think, and it took 2.5 hours just for one deep research. So it may be a bit tedious to upload it into 3 AIs, but that's what guarantees to give you the best, the most confident, not even the most confident, the most accurate answer. And third of all is ground your answer. Instead of reading the 40, 50 pages of deep research, ground it into NotebookLM, upload your sources. As I said, you can upload up to 300 sources into NotebookLM, and then interrogate NotebookLM, because it's one of those amazing AIs where it answers you so specifically and it's truthful with you. If you ask something for ChatGPT and it's probably something you don't want to hear, ChatGPT will give you an answer which sounds more lenient or something you want to hear. NotebookLM, no, it will say what it sees, essentially. So I'd like to thank you for joining me today. My email and my LinkedIn is here if you'd like to reach out. And if you have any questions, please do let me know.
Yes, Jen, we have a few questions. Let me. So here's a question by Avnish.
Hey, John, after the hedge auto rewrites those vague words with specifics, how do you make sure the replacement isn't a hallucination itself? So let's open the hedge audit. So when looking at the hedge audit, as I mentioned, it replaces weasel words. And it cannot be, there's a low chance of hallucination because it finds a specific number from a verified source or a name from a verified source. So within the meta prompt for the deep research, it once again writes out for you, do not, for example, do not you look at sources which are untrusted, unverified. So then it digs deeper and finds you information which is actually relevant and truthful. So I do hope that answers the question.
Yeah, so next question is also by Avnish.
Also, John, has the content tripwire ever killed an idea you were convinced was solid? I have conducted a few deep researches, and 3 out of 10 times it will give you a contrarian tripwire. But then it also depends on the industry you're in. The supplements industry is very competitive, as you know. So if we compare a competitive industry, I do sometimes ask the AI engine to be more harsh and to show me the ideas which fell through. Even another prompt you could use is, say, show me or prove to me how can this idea fail in 30 days? And then the AI will argue why for example, a certain case study or a certain company did fail and put that against your company and essentially show you where are your weak points in your company. So how could BioSwiss fail in 30 days? And then you can reinforce those elements which are at the weaker point.
There's another question.
Do you run both guards on every prompt or only on high stakes research? Plus, this session was so good. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad I could help. So do you run both guards on every single prompt or only on high stakes research? So both guards are run automatically when you conduct deep research. Both of these guards are embedded in the deep research prompt. So whether you want it or not, your deep research already guards you, already saves you from that hallucination.
So yeah, Jaina, finally, it's really amazing session. So before we are going to next session, any final anything you want to add for our audience? It's 14,000, more than 14,000 developers watching us live now. Any final thing?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, first of all. Thank you for listening to me. Hope you found it interesting. Hope you found it educational, because right now AI is growing at rapid rates. And what's important for us is to not only keep up with it, but also understand the consciousness to some extent of AI. So by doing these little tricks and sort of verbally assisting your AI to give you a better answer is how we stop having more hallucinations and having more specific and market accurate results.
Yeah, absolutely.
So thank you so
Yeah,
much.
Jen,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. So this is our second last session of the Vibe Conference 2026. Our next session by Kyla. Meanwhile, Kyla is joined. Let's play some video from our sponsor.
Bro, what are you doing? Just scrolling memes, bro. Killing time.
Wasting time again? You could be earning rewards instead.
Rewards? From memes?
No, from the Sharp Rewards app. It's got a quiz feature that boosts your IQ and gives rewards for every correct answer. Wait, seriously? You get rewards for answering right? Exactly. Learn and earn, bro. Way better than memes.
That's it. I'm downloading it right now.
Oh no, my Claude limit is already over in just 2 or 3 prompts.
You should try LLM Cost Optimizer. It helps you reduce costs and optimize your prompts. Optimize your prompts, reduce token usage, and save more. Scan the QR to get started.
AI is speeding up software. But when leaders can't see the code, risk moves faster. The code registry helps you know your code, verify what matters, and fix risk before it spreads. For CEOs, CTOs, investors, and consulting teams, software risk is business risk. Know your code.
The future belongs to builders. AI is transforming every industry. Learn AI on demand helps you master the skills that companies are hiring for. Learn from industry experts. Build real AI projects. Create production-ready applications. Turn your skills into real opportunities. Thousands of learners are already building the future. Your AI journey starts today. Learn, build, launch. With Learn AI on demand.
Rohan didn't change his routine, just added one habit. Amit walks every day for work, but today, every step earns him rewards.
For Meena, mornings are busy, but she never misses her quiz.
They didn't change their life, just added Sharp Economy to it.
Download the Sharp Reward app now.
Reaching developers takes more than ads. It takes real building, real engagement, and a platform where innovation actually happens. Hack India helps AI and Web3 companies drive developer adoption at scale through hackathons, hands-on building, and deep community reach across India.
From brand visibility to real product activation, Hack India connects companies with the next generation of builders, shaping India's AI and Web3 future.
The future belongs to communities that build together.
Sharp Economy powers the reputation and reward layer for the AI native world.
Learn new skills, build meaningful projects, earn through real contributions. Every achievement becomes part of your digital reputation. From developers to creators, from startups to global communities, Sharp Economy helps everyone grow together through trusted reputation and meaningful rewards.
Start building your reputation. Grow with the AI native economy. Visit sharpeconomy.org and discover the future.
Hey, look at that ad. Walk, earn, repeat. What's that about?
Sharp Reward, never heard of it.
Let's look it up. Feels like free reward for walking. So this app tracks steps and gives you rewards?
Yep, every step adds up. And you can even spin a daily wheel.
That's actually fun. See, it tracks steps, shows balance, and has this spin wheel too.
Okay, fine, I'm downloading it. Sharp Reward, right?
Told you, it's addictive.
I walk a lot, I deserve free reward.
So we are waiting for our next speaker, Kyla. Meanwhile, please join. Let's play some music.
Heartbeat racing, can't say no. Move your body, take it slow. Take it slow. Hands up high, we're touching skies. Can't stop now. It's do or die. Feel the beat, feel the beat. Oh, oh, on repeat, on repeat. Don't let go, dance all night, move your feet. Ooh yeah, feel the beat, feel the beat. Bass is booming, hearts collide, spinning fast, enjoy the ride. Whoa, sweat is dripping, time stands still, lose control, just feel the thrill. High, we're touching skies, can't stop now. It's do or die. Feel the beat, feel the beat. Oh, on repeat, don't repeat. Don't let go, dance all night, move your feet. Ooh yeah, feel the beat, feel the beat. Lights are flashing, colors glow. Feel the rhythm, let it flow. Yeah. Heartbeat racing, can't say no. Move your body, take it slow. Take it slow. Hands up high, we're touching skies. Can't stop now. It's do or die. Feel the beat, feel the beat. Oh, oh.
So guys, we got the message from our next speaker, Kyla. Unfortunately, she was not able to join us live today, but yeah, she has shared a recorded session for our audience. So let's play.
Love, also known as the AI Homegirl, and this is my Vibe Coder conference session on the number one barrier stopping every Vibe Coder from going to market. So, let me give you a little background because I consider myself to be vibe coding before vibe coding was a thing. Before ChatGPT, generative AI, before the tools, I just knew what I wanted to build. And that is the most important thing because 50% of vibe coding is vibes. And this was actually the very first app that I built. I was teaching kids music at the time. And this was my niece doing a demonstration, being my first user. You could click on a little icon and you could hear the instruments. And then I had a section where you could hear a genre of music. And she hates this, so I'm going to go ahead and forward. But the most important thing was that I knew I wanted to build, and I already had a customer in mind, which was, the schools that I was teaching for, was the students in my classroom. And so I was building with intention. And eventually that led me to start my own business, staying true to my passion for music. I did 6 figures in 6 months with a white label version of a software called High Level that I customized, that I essentially vibe coded because once again, there was no chat GPT. I would just go into things like CodePen and I would Google my way through. And even when I didn't understand the code, it was a lot of trial and error. And I was able to build this really successful business where artists all around the world to consumer. And music is the hardest thing to sell. That's why on Shark Tank, you see Mark Cuban and anybody who has a music product, even if it's profitable, what does he say? The music industry is the worst industry to get into. And for that reason, I'm out. And it makes sense. But it also gave me the confidence and the encouragement and to know a bit about going to market, a bit about getting my products into the hands of real users and helping them make money, selling them the solution to their problem. And once vibe coding came around, like official vibe coding, not kind of what I was doing in that app I was showing you, that's when there was a true unlock. So everything I'm talking about today is not theory. I'm an official Lovable ambassador. Actually, I was the second ever ambassador of the month, which was earlier this year. I'm an N8N ambassador. I also represent companies like Appify, HeyGen. I've been a judge for various hackathons like this 11 Labs one in building AI conversational agents. And I've also organized hackathons and built vibe coded an entire hackathon operating system to facilitate that, teaching around the world in multiple different countries. Here's just some of the events that I've done. I've taught over 5,000 students, and I am the CEO of what you see in this corner here, VCI, Vibe Coding Incubator, helping non-technical founders go from idea to functional app to investable business. And like I said, I've been throwing hackathons, vibe coding pop-up events, virtual events. I see a wide range of founders, of aspiring founders, from single moms who just want to create a digital product that's going to generate some passive income on the side, to traditional full stack developers who are very well versed, except in the new age of AI, are not knowing what an MCP is, and everything in between. And there seems to be something that's universal about them, which is that they're making the same mistake. And it's this mistake that I am honing in on today because it's the thing I'm really seeing them stop, that's stopping them from going to market. And that is overbuilding. All right, overbuilding. It's this just one more feature trap. And this is a trap that has existed before vibe coding, but it's really accentuated now because what vibe coding has done is given birth to a new class of builders. People who could never write code before are now able to ship real products. First time founders, non technical creators, future CEOs. And I there's this phenomenon that happens. I'm going to coin this term first build fever, is what I see. It's pretty universal also. It's when I do an intro to vibe coding workshop. I'll start on a tool like Lovable or even Claude Code. And the next day, it's like, whoa, what happened to you? You know, hair's all frizzed up, bags under their eyes. It's like, I haven't slept in 36 hours. I was up all night making my app. And there's this phenomenon where this new class of builders, of vibe coders, are so excited that all of a sudden, these ideas that have been stuck in their brain for months, years, decades can now easily be expressed and become tangible through simple vibe coding tools. And so, naturally, you know, all of this pent up creative energy and vision and ideas, it leads to this overbuilding. And so, the barrier is not technical anymore, it's psychological. Now that we're seeing a lot of vibe coded products flood the market, there's a new barrier and it's psychological. So let's like get into what that actually means. It's where vibe coders go wrong. All right. So they're opening up, they don't have a plan, but they have an idea and they just start doing a brain dump of every feature that they've ever imagined straight into the builder. And it's building something massive, right? AI is always trying to please us, to make us happy, to give us what we want. But suddenly things aren't working right. Maybe they start working right, they continue to iterate, they don't understand the concept of a database, right? Or RLS, they start running into security issues. And even though then all of a sudden the things that were working up front start breaking down, they go to fix it, a new error arises, and now they're spending weeks with frustration, lost time, lost credits, building something that nobody necessarily asked for. And that's the other part about going to market, is just building something that's not validated, that is not solving a real problem or is not solving a problem that's painful enough. Now, not every vibe coder has to be a founder. There's plenty of people that are building simple solutions for themselves or for a small business that serves the purpose that it's supposed to serve. It doesn't have to go on and become like a huge business, right? But a lot of times, even if you're building for yourself, you have your ICP, your ideal customer profile, in mind. And maybe you're just learning and creating portfolio projects, and that's great. But this is something that I want to help anybody, especially if you're a new vibe coder, to prevent. And even if you are a more experienced vibe coder, you can get a lot from this session because I'm going to break down the framework on how to prevent this, the MVP framework that stops this loop from happening before it even starts. All right. And just to review, the MVP stands for minimum viable product, right? Which is the minimum amount of value that you can provide to a user that is going to solve at least some of the pain points that they have, right? Solve some aspect of their problem enough to get that stickiness, to get them to want to come back to you. All right. And let's break it down into 3 simple steps. All right. This is the timeline, the architecture, and it's your entire app. All right. So I encourage all the founders that I work with inside of Vibe Coding Incubator, which again is my online community. It's a free at forever community. I do trainings in there every week, and it's agnostic to the tool. This is the part that is universal to really every business. It's like, how do you ideate? So first, the idea is you have a viable idea, and now you're ready to turn it into your software. Well, instead of defining every feature and trying to build that out, you stick with the problem, you identify a problem, one solution, and the most viable way to solve that problem, right? Like one feature that's going to make the most impact, that's going to relieve the most pain in a simple way. And so I'm going to go through this in detail, but the overall, so you can see the roadmap, is this input, transformation, output framework. So I'm going to give you examples of all 3 of these, and then I'm going to show you a real app that demonstrates this framework and how to monetize, how to come up with an offer ladder. So let's get into it. Now, the first thing is the input. It's what the user gives to you. This is the data collection piece that allows you to have enough to create something meaningful, value for them. So some examples of user inputs could be simple text, like a questionnaire. It could be like selection, so you're doing multiple choice options, or a radio where they pick, or a checkbox where they can do multiples. It could be something that they upload, a video, an image, audio, a PDF. It could be form data. Like I love voice typing prompts because I think that we're heading into this voice first world. So that would be an input. And here, the input could also be nothing, which is fine as long as that is an intentional choice, where the user is simply browsing or viewing content. Now, a lot of times your app is going to mix and match, combining two or three of these, and you just want to pick what is essential. All right. Again, there's also, I see people overbuilding in my community during a call, and I just give them a kiss. Hey, keep it super simple. All right, the simplicity wins here because a lot of times we need to be able to articulate what our app does in 5 seconds or less. Oh, I get it. And keeping it simple allows us to be more successful at that. Now let's talk about the transformation. What is the thing that your app actually does? This is where the value is created, and this is where AI makes things really exciting because we're able to provide a transformation like never before with the power of AI. This is the core feature. So once you get that user input, what does your app do to it? Does it organize it? Right? I had a user, Ava, who created an app where somebody could upload a contract, and it would be able to extract all of the important information, all of the red flags, and break it down into natural language. So basically, it translates a complicated contract and takes the legalese. And so that's a sense of organizing something. It's kind of also generating something because it would give a score, a report. A lot of times we think of generation where, I upload an image and then there's a transformation of something that happens to my image. Maybe it's like what I would look like as a Harry Potter character or something like that. It could be calculating, right? Again, a score, a price. It could be storing information for later, connecting people or connecting people to resources, right? Matching algorithms. It could just be that information is displayed in a better way or it's sent somewhere else. It doesn't matter, again, what the input or the transformation is, as long as it's rooted in solving a problem, and ideally a problem that is painful for people, right? The more that you can relieve them of their pain, the more value you're able to provide for them. So you just want to pick something and resist adding more. It's the constraint here, all right? Now let's talk about what the user gets, the output, what they're going to walk away with, the tangible thing. This is what they came for. Now, I said in the example of generation, the output that I would have in that example would be the image of me generated as a Harry Potter character. I know that's so random. It was like the thing that just pops into my mind. So that would be the tangible thing, would be like a PNG, right? Or it could be a PDF, or it could be a video, or it could be an MP3. It might just be a dashboard, right? A place that they could go log in, that they could revisit, maybe the data updates. It could be a score or a result, which is a bit more static, right? Usually a one-off thing. And I'm going to show you again an example here in a minute. It might be a collection, access to a curated library or feed. I also will show you that, an example that I have for you. And status tracking, especially if you're doing anything related to e-commerce, this is a helpful one. A payment confirmation, a download, all right? So in the generated content, it's creating something new that then they're probably able to download, or maybe it's like a lead magnet where you already have the outputs and they take a quiz and then they get the pre-generated one that is ready for them and they're able to download it. So again, you want to think about what is going to bring them back, right? It's the reason that they return. So it has to actually provide value. And the way that we provide, like where in our app, really matters. And I'm going to show you that in just a minute because this is the other major mistake that I see vibe coders making, and also why they're not being profitable. Okay. Now, I just want to give a quick caveat here. For anybody who's already started building and is like, oh man, I wouldn't even know how to fit my app into this framework. What do you do if you've already gotten carried away? Well, I've had to do this a couple times where it's like, hey, you know what? It's going to take me way too long. I just don't have the time or the resources to continue building this out. But you should not let that stop you from validating your idea and getting to market. So, what you should do instead is create a waitlist page, and it runs on the exact same framework. All right, so you create a landing page, you're explaining the value proposition of your app. Maybe you have some type of demo video or promotional video that you could generate with like Remotion or Hyperframes. Then you just have a simple form. The user input is their name, their email. Maybe you have one or two, maybe short answer or multiple choice qualifying questions. Great. That's more data than you had before. And now you can actually validate your idea, showing signal, tracking the number of people that are going, visiting that page and converting into signing up for your waitlist, right? Because a lot of the times, again, the barrier is not technical, it's psychological. And for some reason, it's like a lot of builders, they're not marketers, they're not sellers. That's why they're in the basement, vibe coding away, and then go to Facebook 6 months later, like, hey guys, I want to share something with you that I've been working on. I'm really passionate about it, and I'm super excited to announce today that, my app is out. And then they get 3 likes, and one of them is their mom. So again, don't build just like in the shadows. Start getting it out there, even if it's a simple wait list page, because you can also get really great qualitative data. Start seeing if the people you're attracting are actually your ICP, your ideal customer profile. Being a founder at this stage, you're small enough to where you could actually personally reach out, schedule them on a call, ask them questions, give them the link to test it out, see how they respond to it. The transformation here is that they would store their information to like a CRM and send them an email is generated. All right. When I see people signing up for my waitlist, of course, there's the people that sign up with a Google, at gmail.com email address. But a lot of people will end up signing up with a branded email address. Like I have Kayla at the AIhomegirl.com. Well, because we have this newfound ability with vibe coding and generative AI, I can actually send like a Firecrawl scraper and extract the domain from their email and then go crawl their site and do research on them. So then when I do sit down to reach out or do personalized outreach or just send it to an agent to generate the email, it's actually pulling from real data from their site. And it's actually a personalized email. So that's a cool transformation to have even on a waitlist page before I even get my app out there. And then the output, what the user gets, is that confirmation page shown, right? And a welcome email is sent, right? And ideally, it would be one that is personalized because it just, who wants to have the same, thank you for signing up for the wait list, versus something like, hey, I've noticed something about your site, something that shows this is not a generic email, okay? Ways to stand out of the crowd, okay? So again, the test here is one sentence and then build, right? What's your input? What's the transformation? What's the output? This is what I teach as the foundation for app building. Because if you cannot get this down to an MVP, this should not take more than like 3 hours to build. It's like a hackathon project. Iterate, prototype quickly, get it to market quickly. Stop overthinking, stop overbuilding, because that is the number one barrier I'm seeing with vibe coders getting to market. All right. For anybody interested, this is the Free Forever community, vcinc.ai. And also, we're going to have an upcoming Claude Cowork bootcamp. It's our first time doing the Claude Cowork. We've done 3 successful sold out boot camps for Claude Code, and we will be offering that again at the end of July. All right, so now it's time to get into the live demo. So this is an app that I built literally just to demonstrate this concept for my students. It's called Chargewell, and the problem that I'm solving here is for coaches doing implementation services, people doing dev work or creating websites or automations, and they're just like, I don't know what to charge, because a website, You see other websites from $500 to $5,000 to $50,000. How do you decide? Okay. That's what I built Chargewell for. So it starts with a very simple input, which is a voice note. Again, voice first typing. I am creating a custom GPT for an education nonprofit that wants to align on brand voice for email marketing and social media. Okay, so it's just going to go ahead. That's what we have as the input right now. And now it's going to, again, the transformation is it's parsing my answers into this structured data. So it's like, what am I selling? Custom GPT. How long will this take? Let's say it'll take 6 hours. Let's say let's go intermediate. And it considered the nonprofit to be more of a startup. And then if I wanted to, I could put in my location. And now it's going to calculate what I could be charging for this. Now, all right. So now we can see that it says that I should charge around $27.50, and I actually built this and I charged $3,000. So it's pretty on point. Now you can see, hopefully you notice something unique. I didn't ask for an email yet. So anybody can go on, and what you just received here is absolutely free, right? Free, not like lead generation free. All right. Then you can also see potential package options. So it gives a range of pricing. And then it gives a whole offer stack. Wow, that's cool. Let's see what else. Pricing strategy. There we go. All right. This is another important aspect of the MVP method in monetizing, is having a email wall and then a paywall. Because one of the other biggest mistakes that I see vibe coders making is that you want to go on, you want to get their thing, and you have no proof that it works or is providing value. And I know if I see that I have to make an account before I even know if this thing works, I'm done. I'm out of here. So now I've built enough trust where it's like, man, I want to see what's behind, what to watch out for, the market research, what's behind all of these. Now I can put in my email, unlock. All right. And then you'll notice it's that instant gratification. It unlocks everything. So now I have successfully captured my lead. Now at the bottom here, it was like the call to action was, do you want to save this report? So I have 2 calls to action that lead to the same result, which is the email capture. One is unlock your full report, and that's what they got hit with, you just saw. And then the other one was, do you want to save your report? But once I get the email, the next ladder, the step in the ladder happens where it's like, oh, it's time to make some money. Maybe you would want to buy from me. So now it's saying your proposal is ready. View my proposal. What does that mean? Create proposal. And I've taken this offer stack that I created. You can upload your logo. You can easily change your color. And then you can remove or add things from your stack. You can easily put in, a Stripe link and then send this off. And it costs $5. Okay, $5 if you want to download this one time, or if you want to have unlimited, then $9 a month. I think people are getting really jaded with subscriptions. I know we love MRR, but I think like offering the option, and there's people that will like end up spending $15. Like, you should have just spent the $9, but hey, whatever. At least I'm giving options here. But do you see how that works about being intentional with what we give away for free, what we put in exchange for an email, and then what we're actually charging for? All right. And then this is what can lead to higher ticket. This is what you can lead to actually validate your idea even further, because it is one thing if you have people using it. It's another thing, more signal, that when people are giving their email, and then you have the chance to nurture them and continue to promote your paid thing. And then, of course, when you convert into that paid user, is the best signal that you can get. Hey, I'm really solving people's problems. And I will randomly sell this, even though I don't promote it at all. I literally created this as a teaching tool to demonstrate the MVP framework. Okay, that's the part. Now, the last couple, I want to give you 2 more resources. All right. One, I showed you that typing component here at the very beginning. That is something I created on vibecodecomponents.com. So here, this is, a library. This is one of the input is that there's nothing. You're just browsing. And people will come here just to kind of explore it like a playground. where you can see a toast notification or see what a tooltip is when I hover, or see what a modal or an open panel, and then you can easily just copy and paste prompts. And there we have it, where you're prompted to get a free account. I had a friend who was like, UX, I don't know what any of this means. And so I was like, hey, part of the AI revolution is that we can create personalized software. Let me add a homegirl mode. So if you go toggle on homegirl mode, it translates everything on the page into Kayla Love Speak. So instead of the top prompts, the most requested components by our community, in homegirl mode, it's the hottest prompts. These prompts are money, baby. All right. So just another example of how you can be really creative with your software, and a way for me to kind of speak to maybe more established vibe coders and people that are learning vibe coding for the first time. Now, the last resource that I want to give you is vibecodekitchen.com, where I actually have over 40 ideas. And this Chargewell, the pricing calculator, is on here. I just picked a random idea to build out as a curriculum. And if you go, you can actually see the blueprint of what the user input is, the transformation, and the output. And then it also gives you ideas for how to create a very simple offer ladder to monetize. So there are over 40 very simple micro SaaS ideas, if you don't know what to build, just to help you stay within the scope and stay true to that MVP. So I think I'm coming up on time. I just wanted to share this with you. I hope that this session was super helpful. And if it wasn't, well, you know, sorry, can't give you your time back, but thanks for being here anyways. You feel free to reach out to me. I'm Kayla Love, the AI homegirl. My email is kayla@vcinc.ai. It has been awesome getting to share my MVP framework with you, and happy vibe coding. I hope that y'all will take this, go out there, get to market as fast as possible, launch even if you don't feel ready. And it doesn't have to be to the world. It could be to a small group. Find your ICP, send them a link, get them on the wait list. It's going to encourage you to take the next step, to build out that next email sequence, to put up that paywall, to start collecting data, collecting payments, even if they're small, because that means you built end to end. And that's my goal for you. So without further ado, signing off, over and out. It's Kayla Love, the AI Home.
Wait, what's going on? Can't I add myself?
No, you are on the stage.
I am. I don't see it.
Yes, me
It's
too.
empty stage right now.
Yes, how it is possible?
No, I see empty.
Yeah, me too. Let's play some music. Sir, please rejoin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bases booming, hearts collide, spinning fast. Enjoy the ride. Whoa, sweat is dripping, time stands still. Lose control, just feel the thrill. High, we're touching skies. Can't stop now. It's do or die.
All right. So we have come to the end of our this amazing 3-day Vibe Coder conference. This was last session was amazing. We had little hiccups. Looks like video stopped working. But yeah, we are back, and now just the closing notes. I think there's a lot of learning from different experts when you're building vibe coding. If you want to summarize, The key is, Kayla just said, if you want to build something, quickly build it, something simple, something small, and give it to your users. Find some users, let them start testing it out and see what they think. Try to capture their emails, contact information, put some paywall at some point. Other experts also talked about is when you're building something, don't 100% rely on vibe coding AI tools, because there can be some problems with the code, especially if you are going into production. So there are two different messages. And if you're an enterprise developer, obviously enterprises can't afford to build something that's not proven, not tested, doesn't follow company guidelines, doesn't follow compliance, governance, and other mandatory guardrails. So, with that said, all these videos will be available on YouTube shortly. This whole conference is available on YouTube right away as soon as we're done. It's being live streamed on YouTube also, C Sharp Corner as well. But the individual videos will be available in probably a couple of days. So you can go and download, watch specific videos you want. You can go download that, watch that. And then let's make a couple of announcements. We have another upcoming conference coming up. There's a few more conferences coming up. We have in August, we have AI Agents Conference. That's a second edition just this year. AI Agents Conference is very popular. We have .NET Conference coming up, Software Architecture Conference coming up. We may even have the Cloud Summit. So yeah, there's more conference coming up. So follow us, C Sharp Corner channel on wherever you're watching. Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, follow us on there, and then you will see the announcement. So with that said, we're gonna finish this conference with amazing music. But before that, thanks to amazing hosts and product program manager Rohit is behind the scene. Deepak is behind the scene. There are two Rohits has helped. There's other people helping on social media, live streaming. Everybody, thank you so much. This was great. Good job. You did amazing. Let's finish with the vibe.